News 46. Local coverage you can count on.
At Healthcare Partners Medical Group, our mission is to provide the highest quality of healthcare to each and every patient. With 5 locations in Pahrump, we are local doctors you know and trust. We want to thank you for choosing us. Quality care starts here.
Private business.
I'd like to call this meeting to order. Please rise. We'll have a moment of silence to be followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. Dr. Waters.
For a moment of silence this evening, if we will, remember the seniors in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Our Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Damn, people, that's good to see. They would never think about doing something like that in Vegas. Thank you.
All right, item number 2 is the discussion possible decision on moving the order or deleting of an agenda item.
Mr. Chair, I would like to separate 22C, a consent agenda item 22, from the rest.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Mr. Colvin.
One of the things that concerns me is we have public comment, and then a lot of things that are said are not necessarily the way they really are, and they go because we don't address those issues, and this is when the masses of people are here and the most are watching us on television. I think that they get the feeling that some of the misinformation is actually correct. So I would like to move our town board comments to after public comment so that we can address some things that are said, and I think that would also give us an ability to have better rapport with the public because, many times people complain that they say things and they just see our faces standing there and nothing happens. And being as this board has elected not to correct things while public comment is going on, I'm thinking that after public comment, then we could make the corrections while it's fresh in our mind and we have the people here, because I think it's very important that people understand what's really going on, because sometimes, and not this misinformation.
So you want to move 25 to 6.5?
Yes.
Any comments from the board on moving those 2 agenda items?
Mr. Chairman, I know Ms. Parker's already talked about 22C, but I'd like to move 22C through E up to 4.5 for discussion.
I'm sorry, could you state that again, please?
I'd like to move 22C through E, C, D, and E, to item 4.5 for discussion.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Mr. Colvin.
I'd like to point out that it's up to your discretion if you like to have 2 town board comments, one after public comment and one at the end, near the end of our meeting. That's fine with me. And we don't normally have too much to say near the end, so it wouldn't take that much more time. But I think it's important, the after public comment. Thank you.
Are there any other moves from the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to move number 17 to 8A.
Why?
You want that before You want that 8.5?
8.5, thank you.
17?
17, yes.
Any other moves on this agenda? Okay, so we have 22 C, D, and E as 4.5, 25 as 6.5, 17 as 8.5. And there has been a request to hear 14, 15, and 16 together as one item by two of the three presenters. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. All right. That brings us to item number 3, presentation by Dr. Nancy Yu, Southwest Medical, on the services they provide in Pahrump. Good evening.
Don't move, and they're very powerful.
You just have, there's a little bar down there you have to push.
Okay.
There you go.
For the record, my name is Dr. Nancy Yu, that's spelled Y-U, and I'm a Division Chief, Internal Medicine for Southwest Medical Associates. And I'd like to start off by thanking the town board for allowing us to present tonight. We want to give Pahrump an opportunity to hear about our services that SMA does provide and give you a little bit more detail in my PowerPoint presentation. Southwest Medical Associates was founded in 1972 by a cardiologist originally, and he then expanded with internal medicine and family practice and grew to be Nevada's largest multi-specialty group. We have over 250 providers in 9 medical centers and 3 Walmart clinics. And that includes, in addition, an outpatient surgery center, some expanded hours. We have Quest Labs in most of our clinics. We have 3 infusion and treatment centers. We have many case management and disease management programs. And we have our own radiology services. We also have some senior lifestyle centers, which I'll expand upon in more detail. We are proud to have our new clinic here on Calveda, right across the street. The providers are as listed, with me being one of them. And I'd like to say a word about our providers because we take great pride in how we select our providers. I do a lot of the recruiting for Southwest Medical, and they go through a rigorous personality test and a panel interview by several physicians and an HR representative. So we do take great care in how we choose our providers. And what we are very proud about is that we use evidence-based medicine when we make decisions in the clinic setting. And that is that we choose therapies, we choose medications, or we choose whether or not we want to do a study based on what is out there in evidence and has been proven in research studies. Our new clinic is across the street. It's 7,200 square feet with 12 exam rooms and offers primary care and specialty care, which I'll explain later. Also, we have general radiology on site. In 2007 and 2008, were you aware that Nevada was ranked 3rd in the nation in states for electronic prescribing for medications? And that was mainly because of Southwest Medical and how we got onto the electronic medical record and e-prescribing very early on. Right now, we've been virtually paperless since 2003, and we 2 years ago, developed a portable medical record, which allows patients to take a disc to any hospital, any state, any country where there's just an internet connection, pop in this disc and their medical record will pop up. We also have electronic check-in, which allows patients to not have to stand in line at the clinic. Listed are all the specialists that we do have at Southwest Medical, and I'd like to point out that we have podiatry and endocrinology at our clinic now, and I've also recently gotten proposals from both gynecology, rheumatology, as well as cardiology to offer their services as well in our clinic. Cardiology will be starting September 19th. I've listed on this slide multiple locations that we have for care. This is in Las Vegas, and then in the corner here is our Pahrump site. We've got a clinic, and as you'll find out in a minute, we are also opening a second clinic. Cardiology has been one of our pride and joys in that we have 7 cardiologists. They run the Coumadin Clinic, and our cardiology team is accredited with their nuclear imaging and doing stress tests. They have one of the first medical groups in the country to have a specific type of nuclear imaging camera so that it's very comfortable for patients and takes minutes. And like I said, we are accredited with the nuclear medicine laboratories. Dr. Johnson, whom some of you may have met before at our ribbon cutting ceremony and also at our Pahrump open house, is our president and chief medical officer. She has oversight over all of our clinics, but she is an example of our leadership in that she graduated the top of her class in high school, went straight to medical school, and completed her undergraduate degree all within 6 years. She's been licensed in Nevada since 2004. So what I'd like to reiterate today is what we're bringing to Pahrump, and that includes the technology, our specialties, our patient-centered care, and our community support. For our technology, we have our own website in which patients can actually log on, look at their medical record, look at their recent labs, look at referrals, look at prior authorizations, make appointments, request refills, and also recently in the last year, they can email their doctor. So there's no more phones, no more waiting. You can email and the physician or provider will email back within 24 hours. We also have on this website upcoming activities. So recently we had sports physicals. We have a flu shot drive coming up. A next one being October 10th. We have Take Control Days, September 10th. And that is an event where we want patients to be up to date on all their preventative care. So we're offering grouped studies and tests like labs, x-rays, mammograms, stool tests, what have you, for all to be done in one day. This is a summary of what I explained on our health website. As I said before, we are electronic prescribing. We have been for several years. And what that does is helps doctors make educated decisions on what they're prescribing as well, offering suggestions for generics or information about conflicting medications that a patient might be taking already. E-visits I explained also already. It's very easy, it's secure, and the most important thing is no phone time. Kiosks are also something that we're implementing at the front desk, but also in the exam rooms. We're going to have educational touch points where patients who have specific diseases may have an introduction to certain disease states for their education if they happen to be waiting or in between the nurse and the doctor. This is the portable medical record, like I mentioned before. And we're very engaged with the seniors, and we want to make sure that they have a good experience. And that includes personalized care, the lifestyle centers, care management, and telemonitoring. That is something that we've had in Las Vegas for a few years now, and that includes a scale, pulse oximetry, blood pressure, all in the patient's home. And that is measured every day, and a report is monitored by nursing, who then alerts the doctor if there's a problem. We have a priority access program so that seniors can make an appointment within 2 days, and a dedicated phone line for our seniors. I'll show you some more pictures of real live patients who enjoy our lifestyle center because they get medical care as well as the social aspect. They have line dancing classes, exercise classes, Wii bowling, computer classes, and our line dancing class was so popular they had to add a second one. This is an example of what they're doing at that center. And these are the locations in Las Vegas. And we want to bring something like that to Pahrump. And what we've started out with are lifestyle seminars in which specific topics catered to seniors are available, free, and open to everybody. But it is targeted to seniors, and it's to promote wellness. Dr. Allen, in that brochure that you see, gave a topic on women's health and breast health after menopause. Dr. Frank gave a talk on falls prevention, and this Friday I will be doing one at the Nugget for osteoporosis. We also had a lot of community connection. We've been doing, like I said, flu shot clinics. We've hosted a grand opening event, and we've also did talks and lunches at the senior center. And this is what I mean about our second clinic that we're opening. And at the Walmart Supercenter, we'll have a on-site extended hours for health screenings, diagnostic tests, routine physicals, free blood pressure checks, and it's all on a walk-in basis. And what will happen is that you will be given a pager, and when it's your turn, you can stop your shopping and come back in for your visit. But that will be hosted and open 7 days a week. I mentioned before that we have cardiology, gynecology, and rheumatology signed up. And other services that we anticipate sending over is telemedicine, and then again the flu shot drive that we are co-hosting with SNCC and the Desert View Hospital. And that is it for tonight. Any questions?
Thank you very much. Any questions from the board? Ms. Parker? Mr. Colvin?
I just have a couple questions. It's important to people, of course, to use their insurance. I know that many medical providers don't accept all insurances. Could you tell us some of the ones you accept? As an example, I'm covered under JAZ. Do you accept that? And for those that can't afford or don't have insurance or anything, can you help people that need help, and do you have programs?
Our SMA clinic across the street does accept most insurances, including senior dimensions, Medicare, TRICARE, as well as the HPN products and United Healthcare products, Medicaid. And our Walmart clinic will basically accept anything. So the walk-ins can be anywhere from self-pay, which is a very reduced rate, and all insurances, pending any contracts that we're doing right now, will be accepted. So we anticipate a wide variety of insurances at the Walmart clinic.
Do you have any programs that can help people that can't afford to pay but have some sort of a serious problem?
We can definitely give them references and referrals to places that we know can accept those without insurance. But like I said, we do have Medicaid, and we do have social workers and caseworkers who can help with identifying any kind of resources in the community that can help them.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. That was very good. Ms. Ensby?
Yes, I'd like to thank you for taking time to come and share this information. It's so important for our citizens and for us to learn what services are there, and the fact that this will broaden the footprint of medical services here in Pahrump and bring some great technology is greatly appreciated. And I did have an opportunity to tour your clinic, and state-of-the-art is quite prevalent there. You can't miss all the new technology, and we're just very lucky. Thank you.
We're proud to be here. Thanks.
Dr. Waters?
Yes, Dr. Yu, excellent presentation. I really enjoyed it. I do have a question for you. On the portable medical record, how would a person update that and keep it current?
Good question. Every time your medical record changes, you can request a new one so that it will be updated.
Okay, and you can take that anywhere in the world with you?
Yes. They need to have, the place that you take it to will need to be able to have internet access and will need to be able to download software in order to run that portable medical record, but virtually any place can do that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you. That brings us to item number 4, presentation by Robert Adams, Chairman of the Public Lands Advisory Board on identifying recreational opportunities on public lands around Pahrump.
There we are. Don't touch it. Okay. Thanks for having me, allowing me to do the presentation. This is done by Public Land Advisory Board in cooperation with the Tourism and Convention Council and with some ideas and the endorsement of the Pahrump League of Women Voters. What we're trying to do is to preserve recreational opportunities on public lands around Pahrump by identifying them to make them available for all of our residents and entice tourism. And we can do that by publishing maps and so on and so forth, and maybe a town website. Tourism Convention Council has a lot of good ideas. The reason for doing it now, I guess part of it is that the TCC is putting together an ad campaign, Your Base Camp to Adventure, Pahrump, Nevada. And part of that is inviting people to bring their toys, to ride the trails, whatever you bring. That's horses, ATVs, motorcycles, Jeeps, whatever. And it's something that's worked out well for other communities, that outdoor activities are fastest growing sports in America right now, and it can bring a lot of dollars into the community, which we can get into a little bit later. Another reason for doing it now is the 2012 BLM RMP, which is the Resource Management Plan revision, when implemented, will change use classification of all BLM lands between State Route 160 and the Spring Mountains to designated routes only. It's currently existing trails, roads, and dry washes. They haven't really identified any routes, so I don't know where we're going to be when this happens. And a huge problem in coming up with a comprehensive trail system is that the Wheeler Pass falls into the jurisdiction of 3 federal agencies. There's 2 BLM field offices involved, and there's the U.S. Forest Service involved. None of them talk. The BLM and the U.S. Forest Service have completely different mission statements, and the 2 BLM field offices don't even talk to one another. No, they'll take a trail to their jurisdiction line, and that's it. They can't look at it as an entire area. Bringing some local entity into this is really the only way we're going to come up with a comprehensive system. The BLM, by law, needs to work in cooperation with local governments. It's really the best way to do it. There's in other areas, there's been ATV clubs and that sort of thing that have done it, but I think here, especially because of the 3 jurisdictions, we've got a tough job ahead of us in order to make this happen. When this can be something that's an advantage to all people. I know I'm an ATV enthusiast and so on and so forth, but when fun, challenging, and extensive destination-oriented trails are provided for riders, they stay on those trails. They're not wandering into areas where they shouldn't be. Most of the time when they get into private property areas they shouldn't be, it's because they're trying to get somewhere and they don't know how to get there. So by marking a trail system out This will be to the benefit of the ATV and motorcycle, other off-road users. It will be to the benefit of others using public lands and to private landowners adjacent to the public lands. It makes it far easier for land managers to manage OHV use because areas that are inappropriate for the use is identified. We've got quite a few resources as far as trying to bring this about, and some of it is the recreational trail program, which is administered through the state parks. That it's through the U.S. Department of Transportation, Federal Highway Administration. Even with the tough times in Congress, it's something that there is money available. Another, NOVEC, the National Off-Highway Vehicle Conservation Council. They provide extensive training as far as how to engineer a trail network, how to manage it, how to educate riders on how to use it, and how to educate riders on what areas are inappropriate and why they are inappropriate. And evaluation is a big part of it, that it's always important to know how it's working. That a system that's recently been set up by the Great Basin Institute is up in Battle Mountain. This just opened last month. And if I can get the computer to go with me here. We might not be able to get there. There we go. But this is the front page of the map. And as you can see, well, I guess I'm going to have to zoom in on some of this, but it outlines a lot of things as far as what's the right thing to do as far as rider etiquette. What do you do when you're approaching horses, hikers, and that sort of thing. That if we can just appreciate other people and problems that we might be causing them, in other words, do unto others as you'd like to have them treat you, that we can have a safer trail system and everybody can be a lot happier using it. That's just one example. Some of the partners that we can jump into as far as publicizing this. One of them, I don't know if Marvin Minnick came tonight, but he works with Nevada Silver Trails. And despite the fact that he lives here in Pahrump, that in Nevada Silver Trails, Pahrump's not listed. I'm going to learn how to use a PowerPoint here someday. That either that or get a faster computer. Okay, but I think we'll just let that. Let's just go to the slideshow and see if that works. That here's a Google search: Nevada Silver Trails. That's why it wouldn't come up. It was already open. But Pioche has a trail system that's great. Hawthorne has a trail system that they've made quite a few improvements on in the past. Panaca, Rhyolite. I mean, Pahrump should be on there. We've got some spectacular opportunities for recreation. And we're so close to Vegas, and we've got a mountain where it's 30 degrees cooler in an August afternoon. So it's something that can really bring people here. When I was going to mention Hawthorne, I was through there a few years ago when I was doing working on a power plant up in the Reno area. And there's a OHV-friendly RV park. And on the weekends, which I'd be home when I had 2 days off, that every time I'd go by it, I'd say, I'm going to stop there when I'm coming home, and I did. But there were no marked trails from the OHV park out to, or from the RV park out to the OHV trails. And I would have spent a couple days in that town if there had been, but there weren't. And we've got, we're something we can save an entire, I mean, other areas where they've had to spend money putting something together. We've got resources with RV parks that are bordered right against public land, that all we need to do is to mark routes into town. And we should designate these, so this is something that's really up to the town. We can designate them as OHV routes. That way we can bring OHVs into Pahrump legally, and knowing where they're going rather than guessing where they're going, to places for food, gas, lodging if they like. Some of the trails which, this is the trail system on the 160 side, or north of 160, north and east of 160. And as you can see, it's pretty extensive. Also, there's a lot of opportunities for hiking. There's all sorts of four-wheel drive opportunities. I'm going to go ahead and try and get this to, but you can see this is Wheeler Road right here, and this is South Wheeler. The orange is great at four-wheel drive roads. The dotted or dashed orange, that's a 4x4 road. And the dotted blue are single track trails. And that's a tremendous resource for motorcyclists. That we've got quite a few of them up there. And something I'd like to see is that these get put into the trail network. As far as some of the things that you'll see from an OHV, just some pictures right here that some of them are from hiking. Most of them are just from the seat of a motorcycle. That this is going up Carpenter Canyon, and this is Carpenter Canyon right here. There's quite a few shots of Carpenter. Carpenter is really an excellent camping opportunity. It's an excellent hiking opportunity. If you're really into hiking, you can make it up to the top of Mount Charleston. It's easier out of Wallace, but you can make it up out of Carpenter. And it's just, we've got all sorts of tremendous resource opportunities. As far as what's going to take to do it is to get the BLM and the Forest Service to approve a comprehensive map. So we've got to pretty much force all three parties to the same table, because the maps that we have now are pretty much fragmented, so they're not user-friendly. They're not attractive, they're not user-friendly. If we could get an approved trail system, the fat guy in front of the tree is me, and the tree's a lot bigger than him. So, fishing up at Carpenter. And so that's why I'm asking that the town board ask, as a town, that we ask the federal agencies to work with us in setting up a comprehensive a trail system. The expense is going to be minimal in this case because the BLM has already agreed to front the Carsonites. That's the little brown plastic posts. They're not expensive, but thank you anyway. And we've got all sorts of volunteers. I don't know if there's anybody here from Pahrump Valley 4x4 Club tonight. The Southern Nevada Off-Road Enterprises is offered to help. Motorcycle Racing Association of Nevada. The past two organizations are primarily set up for racing, but they are people just like all of us, and they have families and they want play riding and that sort of things for family recreation. So any questions or?
First off, I want to thank you for a tremendous presentation there, and we'll open this up to questions. Ms. Parker.
Yes. Although Mr. Adams didn't show this, he has at other presentations, and he has actually GPSed miles and miles and miles of trails around here. And I personally would like to thank him for the countless hours he's put in on this project. I think we all need to give him a hand. Now, one thing that you didn't mention is that you have been asked by somebody, and you'll have to tell us who, to help set up a trail from, is it Sandy Valley to Beatty?
That's Mark Sanchez. He's the rec tech for the Pahrump field office. Now, if this entire area were in the Pahrump field office, this probably would have already happened. But it's not. And Mark Sanchez asked me, at least on the Pahrump portion of it, to put together a trail from, he's looking at Sandy Valley. I'm thinking Prim makes a lot more sense. But let's see, we'll open up. This is going to be the Pahrump to Beatty Trail. I think it's going to be easier because of the different groups involved to set it up as 2 or actually 3 different trails. Because something which is a route that's been established already, it just simply needs to be marked, is a Pahrump to Indian Springs. That it's kind of an interesting ride up over the top of the mountain. It's makeable on a dirt bike, a quad, or a 4x. And it's a good summer ride. We leave the house about 5 in the morning, go to Indian Springs for breakfast, and then we're back in Pahrump in the afternoon. But there's a Pahrump to Beatty Trail through Rhyolite, and that's, let's slide this a little bit over here. But something that he asked me to do was to set up a couple different ones. But as you can see, it comes out of the behind the Nugget and goes up Wheeler. And there's a turnoff onto motorcycle single track right here. Or if you're in a 4x4, you can go up a little further and go across on a Jeep road. It drops down to Sandwash, is part of the old snore course. And it stays on the snore course, and it goes north, and you've got an alternative right here where you can go down Roadrunner and cross 160, and there's a telephone underground burial line along Road Fort along 160. This is right where the cattle guard is right here. That takes you up to where the road goes across from 160 to the Bob Cole Highway, or is it Dull Cole? I forget now. There's a couple different routes. On a dirt road that's rough, we try and keep the ATVs and the 4-wheel drive vehicles separated where we can, because they're going to be traveling at different speeds. That a bike or a quad is going to be going quite a bit faster, and so we try and keep them off wherever we can, keep them separated. That this is part of an old Moran race course right here. There's a turn off of it, and it goes up into a sand wash that goes down to Crystal. This Jeep road right here is what the four-wheelers lovingly call the rock garden. And this is something that takes them about half a day to get through, and a dirt bike would get through it in about 20 minutes. But it's a different sport altogether, and it takes different skills. It takes you over to Crystal, and in Crystal, it gets handed off to Armagosa. And there's some people up there that do the Big Dune cleanup. A good group of people, most of them are ATV riders. They're going to take it north through Armagosa. So there's another fueling point. and from Armagosa through Big Dune to Rhyolite, and then into the back of the stagecoach at Beatty. This is a ride that there are riders that could make that run from Beatty all the way down to Whiskey Pete's in one day. I used to be one of them, but so there's going to be some business for the Pahrump hotels, especially if they're willing to put some sort of a OHV or an ATV corral in where the vehicles would be safe for the evening or whatever for the guests. And from Pahrump, there's a trail going south, which is going to get picked up by some other clubs after it reaches Sandy Valley. Las Vegas Dual Sports, who's here tonight, has offered some of the work on the route going south, but there's one area where it does come in kind of close to town, which I'm trying to find another route on. But again, from downtown Pahrump at the Nugget and T-Town, it goes up Wheeler Pass, makes a right on a road that goes across into Wheeler Wash. And at that point, there's a couple different ways that the 4x4s and the ATVs and dirt bikes will be going slightly different ways because of the type of terrain and so on and so forth. But it will come across an old Moran course, drop into the power line by the BLM fire station, and continue on that power line to Trout Canyon, where it crosses. And then this is the part I'm looking for another route, but I'm sure we'll come up with one. It just won't be existing, so we're going to have to work with the BLM on that as far as creating a new trail. But it comes in just short of where the school bus is, Hafen Elementary, and then goes, it doesn't touch into the community at the end of Spanish Trail, but goes behind it. If anyone's got an old map, you'll see a Route 16 on it. And that's what this ties into, is the old Route 16. Right now it's just the remains of a two-track. But that takes you out past Front Sight. And here's again where we separate the ATVs and the four-wheel drives. This particular right down here we call the Sandy Valley Freeway. It's full of washouts and G-outs, and it's just lots of fun for a four-wheeler. We've got a slightly more, it's a narrower trail with some steeper elevation changes that, and at this point it's just for the bikes, which will come back around here. And this is where I've handed off my part of the trail. That this is strictly in the Las Vegas district, so we'll see how that one's going to go. I mean, that's what he asked me to do is to get the trail around Pahrump, so I got it around Pahrump from almost Sandy Valley to Crystal, and other clubs will pick it up from there. But if this trail is completed, that there's going to be a lot of riders that are going to end up spending a night in Pahrump, spending a night at the other end, whether it be Whiskey Pete's or the Stagecoach in Beatty, and the same thing on the other route. So as far as tourism is concerned, we've got them twice. That it's good to bring people to community that they see it as a resource. They're glad to spend their money here. That on other trail systems, such as the Paiute, or one of the most studied is in West Virginia, the Hatfield-McCoy Trail. That I got to get down to page 5 here. I guess I could just change it up there, but one of the things they point out right off the bat is that something they hadn't really anticipated, but a side effect, this is looking at from an economic standpoint for a community, but that having a good outdoor trail system that it improves, it reduces medical costs. I don't know if the lady from the doctor's still here, but sorry, it reduces medical costs from diseases such as cardiovascular, cancer, diabetics, and the whole list by giving people good, healthy things to do. But something you can get into. I mean, it's it's a fastest growing economic activities in the nation, but this is a trail that's bigger than what we're anticipating. But then on the other side, Nye County is practically the size of many eastern states and probably bigger. But this was put together in 2005, so they've had a little bit of time to study it. But they're looking at 146 jobs have been directly attributed to the existence of the trail. And it's not a lot, but I guess if you're one of the 146, it means a lot to you. The outcome, and 7.7 million, and that's what they're looking at as far as the gross goods and services sold. And here's, I don't know what their tax rate is, but state and local tax revenues over $600,000. That it's maybe a drop in the bucket, but as far as feeling good economically versus feeling bad, just a matter of 2 or 3% in growth can make a difference. And this is going to bring money into the community that wouldn't be coming in otherwise.
Now that take care of your questions? Okay, Mr. Calkin?
Yes, I'd like to thank you also for all the hard work you've been putting in, and this is a perfect example of someone having a hobby and interest and then putting it to good use for the community we all live in. Before I say more, Mr. Colbar, I'm looking at 2 screens, and it really doesn't matter which one I'm looking at. And you see, you turn in your head, looks like you need to talk to the county about moving one of those in the center and put one over here so staff can, don't have to get whiplash trying to see this stuff. And it's really nice to see that you're interacting with other boards. So you're identifying something that people would want to come to Pahrump for, and then the tourism board will promote that. And this shows how working together we can get some great things happening here. I wanted to ask you on this map that you're putting together, that I assume, of course, that it'll be put out to the public. Do you have any idea when you'll get this done?
We can't put it out to the public till it's approved by the federal agencies.
I see. We might have a little bit of wait then, huh?
Well, they're actually looking at putting together some sort of a plan. They've got in the works now what's called a RAMP, a Recreation Area Management Plan, and they are under the gun as far as completing it. We could very well be doing them a service by offering this to them, that we've done a lot of the legwork for them.
No, we'll definitely have to keep up on this. Again, thank you very much for your hard work and your board's work.
Thank you. Ms. Endersby?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I heard you say, Mr. Adams, that a couple of issues that you were concerned about was money availability, how to access that, and then also how to interact with the government agencies and get some action and cooperation going between the parties. I'm wondering about the possibility, and this is just something that came to my mind because I sit on the Pahrump Master Plan Revision Steering Committee. So the master plan is being revised right now. I see this as an important component of the master plan. I'm not sure where. I'd have to research the master plan as we are revising it. But I would make a suggestion that perhaps you sit in on that steering committee. I think you have, haven't you?
Yes, I have. And it doesn't mention the OHV recreation.
No, it doesn't. So that is something I believe should be put in there. And what could be done is, if you could take some time, and I know you volunteer a lot of time, so I'm asking extra from you.
Okay.
Is that Steve Osborne is our liaison from the county, because the Pahrump Regional Master Plan is a component of the Pahrump Planning Commission, which is a component of the county, and it encompasses the Pahrump Valley. So it's our specific master plan. The rest of the county has their master plan. So somehow, it seems to me, we should get, first of all, that included in the Pahrump Valley Master Plan, and then see how it can network with the Nye County Master Plan. So I would recommend, there is a meeting on Wednesday, tomorrow at 2 o'clock here in the chamber, and certainly come, speak with Mr. Osborne, see how you can get on the agenda, and then work with him perhaps before to see how that can be implemented. You will have a lot of the work already accomplished, so it seems to me it's just a matter of putting it in the right section under the category that it would fit in. That's just my quick overview. I don't know, it might be much more complicated than that, but Mr. Osborne would know that.
Okay.
So thank you, it would be great. I think that, first of all, that would be a step going towards getting that cooperative work with the BLM and the Forest Service, because they do look at master plans as part of what they seek when they're looking for granting of money, for instance. So it kind of all works together.
Right. The federal land agency plan has to follow a community's master plan.
So we should get that in there, and this is the opportune time to do that. So I'd like to work with you on helping get that accomplished, and certainly tomorrow would be a good time to start if you could make that meeting or get together with Steve Osborne. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Waters?
Yes, again, I really appreciated the presentation, and we can see all the work that you've put into it. But I have a question for you as well as for Mr. Kohlberger. This says a presentation for possible action. What action are you looking for from the town board?
That the town endorse PLAB and TCC, putting together a trails program, and a recreation program that would include other activities as well, equestrian, hiking, that sort of thing, and take it to the federal agencies and saying this is what we wish to see implemented on the public lands neighboring our town.
Okay. Mr. Kohlberger, is that something that would be agendized for another town board meeting?
Actually, you can do it right here. You can just approve that the town board approve going forth with the trails mapping done by PLAB and Mr. Adams, and then contact the two federal agencies he notified, he talked about earlier, and letting them know that the town board officially approved this, and that we're bringing it to them once the trails get mapped.
I'd be glad to make a motion to that effect.
I'll second.
Actually, let me phrase it, that, so let's make it black and white here, but I would like to move that, knowing how much Mr. Kohlberger likes to deal with BLM, I'd like to move that the town work with the two BLM offices and
The U.S. Forest
the
Service.
Forest Service, the federal agencies, to set up a comprehensive trail system.
Okay. Is there a second?
Could we add that it could be included to be presented to the regional?
No, that's a separate issue. This is just
Work on that
working with the federal agencies.
Because the master plan does require, it sets goals to work with the
That's your
federal
job as liaison, to do that. This is a separate issue from that.
Well, we can make another motion to do that too, but, okay.
So is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, so we have a motion to have the town work with the two agencies, BLM and the Forest Service, to,
Set up a comprehensive trail system.
that's what that says, set up. Set up a comprehensive trail system. Any further discussion from the board?
This will be a good thing, of course, making it official and everything, but I'm a little bit not quite understanding something. Like, as an example, recently I went up to the Walker River Resort a few months ago and did some off-roading and stuff, and you know, local sources put out maps to show everybody where to go and where some things that, points of interest would be and everything. So I don't understand what would prohibit the town of Pahrump putting out a map showing all these places that you might go. I mean, there's nothing really stopping us. Those are public lands and they're open to the public.
One is the fact that we're in an RMP revision and that this area has been designated or has been classified as designated routes only, and those routes haven't been identified. But another is that we cannot publish a map of routes on public lands without the okay of the agency that has jurisdiction over it.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Endersby?
No comment.
Dr. Waters? Anything from staff?
You don't need another motion to take it to the master plan. You can just direct staff to do that, sir.
Thank you. And with that, we'll open this up to public comment.
Yes, my name's Louis DeCanio, and I'm a Pahrump resident here for a little over 8 years. And believe me, I'm all for all kinds of activities and stuff. But I think that, you know, I was looking at the maps, and I couldn't tell if this was going to impact any kind of residential areas in any way. Well, I'm just saying, from what I'm looking at the map, I don't know if people own property up there that maybe they're going to put businesses up there at a future time. And another thing, who is going to be responsible for all the police, the fire, the emergency services? Is the town of Pahrump going to have to foot that bill with the taxpayers? See, I'm not knocking it, believe me. I think anything that brings business to Pahrump is a good idea, but I'm looking at the cost factor that if we don't look at it now, we're going to end up with a problem later. Now, is there any kind of an impact to any kind of residential or commercial property that may be coming in the future or whatever? Because now, I know that I've been here 8.5 years, and I know that there have been a lot of residential people that have had problems with off-roaders, and I'm one of them, okay, because we live in residential areas and stuff, and I agree that if they had designated routes, that would be great. But are them designated routes going to influence other areas, like for people that own property that maybe it's not built on yet and stuff, you know? So that's my only concern. Will it impact other people, and will it cost us anything on our taxes for police, fire, and emergency services? Thank you. That's my only question.
Thank you.
Do you want me to answer that, or? Okay. The land is under federal jurisdiction, and it is the responsibility of those agencies to respond. Right now, they don't have the resources to do so. And something you'll see in the Wheeler Pass area when a problem does occur, that it's generally, even though it's Clark County, it's generally Nye County services that do respond. That by placing or by having designated routes, it's going to certainly make it a lot easier for search and rescue. And also by developing this area, that an outset of it is probably going to be more federal agency enforcement. As far as areas in town, we'd be establishing routes to allow the OHVs to come into the town and out of the town to purchase services and that sort of thing. So I don't envision there being any housing tracts or anything being put up on Wheeler Pass Road that and speed limits would be established, so on and so forth, that these vehicles could come into town for services and to purchase services and then back out of town again. It'd definitely be, even if they didn't stay on they definitely, Pahrump would definitely be a fuel stop and a food stop. That it's worked well in other communities. The Paiute Trail, one in particular, that is on public lands, and OHV routes have been established into small communities in Utah, and it's made a huge difference for those towns as far as the economy of a small community, because dollars that wouldn't have come into the town otherwise are being brought in. And generally, outside dollars coming in are circulated 4.5 times. So there's a lot more value to a dollar than just simply the dollar when it's brought in from outside.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Jared Rizicki, Pahrump resident. Besides the noise and the dust that goes off-site from this type of operation and the liability insurance-wise, in my case, I own a piece of property that is on the county map as a park, and I'll be talking to you about this more in a couple of minutes later on public opinion or whatever. But I've had fights where kids come by with their four-wheelers and two-wheelers, and they're kicking up and digging up in trenches and everything else across my property, arguing with me, telling me it's public land, because the public map, the county map, has my land listed as a park. And down at the bottom in the pie chart, it says public parkland. So this is the kind of problem, like he's saying, it is a problem. You got to think about it very long before you open it up, because it opens up a whole can of worms. Again, if a kid, I've stopped people with horses, but the thing I'm more scared about is a kid flying across, 13 years old at 60 miles an hour, and if he hits the rock and breaks his neck, he's going to sue me. He's going to say somehow that rock, that I put it out there purposely to trip him on parkland or something. So you got to go slow with this, and you better check your credentials of what the county owns and what is owned by the public. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think we're mixing two issues up where there is OHV use within the community, and what we're looking at here with the designated trail system is strictly on public lands, and it would be away from the community. That what the gentleman brought up is indeed a problem, and it's something that the BLM has brought to pleb as far as coming up with a solution of what they call the public land urban interface. And I told Mark that I don't use the word urban in Pahrump, you're going to get lynched. So, but it's another issue which we are addressing.
Okay, thank you. Yes, sir.
Butch Clendon, resident of Pahrump. I think this is a huge opportunity to bring dollars into this town. Business, people. One of the opportunities that's huge is if we were able to tie into the Coal Creek Trail system.
Oh, it will.
To allow the people to know that they can just drop down over the hill, and in 15 miles, 15 roughly from the top, Wheeler Pass?
Yeah, if you go to Crow Flies.
Yeah. If you went to the Crow's Fly, you could be sitting there having lunch at the Pahrump Nugget or somewhere else. It's a huge opportunity to bring dollars into this town. I've seen it in Utah. I've ridden a lot of the trails. I've ridden a lot of the trails out here. If they were marked and advertised to tie into the trail systems, if we had a way to get to Dumont and Dumont people to get to Pahrump, that's a wonderful ride through the valley, along over there at the, I just drew a blank, where the date farm is. Along the date farm, there's a huge trail. Thank you very much. Wonderful rides, going to Sandy Valley, and like you said, over to State Line. The opportunity to advertise at State Line for people to go off-road at State Line, stay at State Line, ride to Pahrump, stay at Pahrump, ride back to State Line, drive back to California. It's a huge opportunity, and I absolutely think that this town needs to look at it. There's so much that could be brought into this town for this, and a well-marked trail system takes people off of areas where they shouldn't be riding and puts them on areas where they should be. And it's been proven over and over and over. Towns in Utah depend on this every year. And it's taken them off of public land, off of private land, put them onto public land, and it's a wonderful opportunity. And absolutely, we need to go wholehearted on this. And any organizations that can help with this, I absolutely recommend it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Judith Holmgren, Pahrump resident. I would like to know if the area near State Line is one of the areas that you were considering for trails. I brought a map here. Going from Pahrump, let's say, to Beatty, very close to the State Line and close to the scenic trail, or, the scenic roads, which come in from California. Are there any trails in this area here, from here along the State Line, which may be developed a little bit sooner as you're trying to work things out with BLM, the BLM agencies?
Where it's going to be coming closest to the California state line is in the town of Armagosa.
Okay.
That it's going to go from Crystal on the north side of the mountains into Armagosa, and after leaving Armagosa, it's going to head north again away from California towards Big Dune.
Now, is this area under the jurisdiction of one agency?
Yes, that area is.
Now, would it be possible to begin developing in a short period of time in that area? Because there would only be one agency to deal with.
That's true. That as far as going with the Pahrump to Beatty Trail, it's something that we could do completely within the Pahrump field office.
I thought that might be a good idea, so I brought you a map.
Oh, okay, thanks. I appreciate it.
That's all the discussion I have.
Thank you.
Good evening. Jeff Rathjen, work with the Pahrump Nugget Hotel and Casino. Last year, we were able to bring the snore race back to Pahrump with a great deal of success and a great deal of people from out of town and from California coming to the valley to see Pahrump for the first time. This year, that race is not happening because of stonewalling and for price increases from the BLM to be able to use their land to a tune of $65,000 to be able to utilize the roads that are existing. If he is able to go on ahead and put this together and to be able to start getting mapped roads that'll be able to use for SNOR or the newly formed High Desert Racing Association, I can tell you that through as of today, we have not been able to get any contact back from Mr. Sanchez from the field office and have to go to his supervisor to be able to try to get stuff going for a proposed February race. Last year, that SNOR race brought $10 million to Laughlin. It was brought up through their end of season banquet. Unfortunately, through it being new to Pahrump, got no new numbers of what that brought to Pahrump last year, but I can guarantee you that it's going to bring more revenue for tourism, more future residents, be it people coming from Nevada, coming from California, Utah. And I asked, sir, that if there's any way that we can work together to be able to go on ahead and help with what you've got going on, I am surely that Mr. Gross, Mr. Flippin, and Don Wall, the president of SNOR, are willing to help with this, because I tell you that any of this off-road that you have, SNOR is a nonprofit organization. Nonprofit organization, and to come up for $65,000 to be able to run a 120-mile lap race through Pahrump, down to Betty to Amargosa, to me is completely unreasonable. You're not going to be able to go on ahead if those drivers have to pay so much for entry fees to be able to cover the fees to use those roads. Quite frankly, we're not going to get the coverage in Pahrump, we're not going to get the customers in Pahrump, and we're not going to get the people to come see this valley. So if there's anything that we can do to help, I would tell you that we'll stand behind him being able to go ahead and get those roads, because quite frankly, those racers don't care where they race. They're family grown and local, and they just want to get out on the dirt roads. And I tell you, they're all going to come here, and they're all going to spend money, and we're talking about using the tourism board and using the PTCC for this stuff. This is definitely something that we have to look at, having the resources to be able to go on ahead and move this forward to make it a bigger and longer event. There's races out in Prim every weekend. It seems like almost every weekend you go out there, they're running lap races. We don't need a whole lot of area. We only need somewhere around 30 miles that can make a lap race that makes it a spectator event that will draw people to Pahrump that will sit here and spend money and become our tourists. Thank you.
Thank you. I can envision a couple 30-mile loops that would serve that purpose.
All right, is there anybody else for public comment? Okay, we have a motion on the table for the town to work with the two offices, the BLM and the Forest Service, to set up a comprehensive trail system map. Is that correct?
Just comprehensive trail system.
Okay.
Map will follow.
All right, comprehensive trail system. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. Thank you, Mr. Adams. All right, that brings us to 4.5, which is consent agenda item C, D, and E. Ms. Parker, you asked for those, or you asked for one of them to be separated. You asked
I
for
ask for C to be separated, which is asking for the approval of Mr. Bill Dolan to attend the Nevada League of Cities as a representative of the Pahrump Veterans Memorial Advisory Board. And I don't believe that this board should be setting the precedent of sending advisory board members to the Nevada League of Cities. We have, I don't know how many advisory boards and how many members, and it would be cost prohibitive very quickly. So I would like to move that we do not approve C.
Okay, we have a motion not to approve consent agenda item C.
I second that motion. And Mr. Chairman, I'd like to add too that I signed this as the sponsor because I'm the liaison for the Veterans Advisory Board. And Mr. Dolan did fill out the agenda item request form. But I also acknowledged to him at that point I could not support this.
We have a motion and a second, but before we open it to discussion, I would like to make a statement that because of the fact that I did send out a couple of letters to general members of the audience for disruptive behavior, Mr. Dolan being one of those individuals, I will not be voting on this. So we have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion from the board? Mr. Calkin.
I was just wondering if the person elected to pay their own expenses to go to it. I was just wondering how the board felt if that would be a problem. And one of the things I was wondering about, what would be gained by a person from an advisory board going to this meeting, someone could explain that. But if they were to pay for their own expenses, that way it's not like the board saying, okay, we're going to pay for everybody type of thing. And if someone elected to go on their own, I don't know that it would be a problem, but I'd like to hear a little bit more about how they would benefit from going.
Mr. Chairman.
I actually paid for my wife to go out of my own pocket.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to respond to Mr. Culkin on that. Any citizen that would like to go and pay their own way, we have no problem with that. This is coming from the general fund to pay for it. That's the reason I would say no.
Okay, so the board's position then, so to speak, unofficially, is that if somebody wanted to, or the town's position, if somebody wanted to pay for themselves, they're more than welcome to go. This is just about that the town can't pay for this.
Yes.
I believe Mr. Kohlberger has a comment on that.
Town board can't give permission for citizens to go to the Nevada League of Cities without permission from the Nevada League of Cities staff. You got to go through staff, their staff, to obtain permission to go to their conference. No disrespect for the town board, you don't have that power. So if they want to pay their own way, they have to get permission through David Frazier, the executive director for the Nevada League of Cities.
Well, the item here was to, in other words, be officially recognized by the town board going in behalf of the, so in this case, the Veterans Board.
No, it was to pay for it.
So it's, well, it's also to be recognized. So it's, I don't have a problem with the town giving the official nod, so to speak, whatever, and I understand what you're saying, that it still would have to be approved by them. So I just want to make it clear that it's strictly about that the town can't afford to fund it, so I just want to make that clear so people understand that if they want to pay on their own, then they can still pursue that. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Endersby?
Yes, I just have a question for for Dr. Waters. The request is for the representation for the Pahrump Veterans Memorial Advisory Board. Is it relevant to the Veterans Memorial Advisory Board to have somebody there?
The Veterans Memorial Advisory Board, it was not on their agenda to even bring this up. So it was something that was done outside of the Veterans Advisory Board.
But it was brought up under, as the agenda item states that it is for representation of the Pahrump Veterans Memorial Advisory Board. So I take it the agenda item is not worded correctly then, or I'm confused.
Well, the requester says he would like to go as a representative of the Veterans Memorial Advisory Board, but it was not something that was requested by the Veterans Memorial Advisory Board. It was requested by an individual, and any citizen on any advisory board could say, I'd like to go in for this advisory board, but if the advisory board doesn't ask, I don't think it should be approved anyway. And in this case, to go to the Nevada League of Cities, I don't think the town can start a precedent of paying for advisory board members to go.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, as the item reads, it's implying that the Veterans Advisory Board was behind this. I think in the future, that needs to be made clear, because reading this, I would have assumed that the Veterans Advisory Board was behind this request, and then to hear that it's not, I think this is somewhat misleading.
I believe that Dr. Waters clarified that the individual that filled it out wrote it.
No, I understand. I'm just saying that, before I heard all this, reading this it was unclear, and Dr. Waters explained it, so I understand that, but I'm just saying, reading this before I heard this tonight,
Right, but we can't critique what somebody writes in their request.
Well, then a note should have been referenced in there, possibly. Just something we learned for the future, That, it could have been in the backup that the board did not, support, officially recognize this request, that's all. That would have been helpful. Thank you.
Any further comments from the board? Dr. Waters, I believe you're the only one I didn't get a call on.
No comments from me. I think we had a motion and a second.
Motion and a second. That's why we're having board discussion. Anything from staff?
Yeah, I just want to notice that the reason it is on the agenda, because it is an administrative function, I denied it due to no budget. And he had requested at that time to take it to the town board. And phone call with Mr. Darby. I was advised that I can't keep it off the agenda, and then he got Mr. Waters to sign. Is that correct, Mr. Darby?
Yes, it is.
Thank you, sir.
And with that, we'll open this up to public comment.
Jeff Bobeck, Incorporation Advisory Board. Actually, I think that this function, the League of Cities meeting, would be appropriate for the Incorporation Advisory Board. It covers topics of building local communities and enhancing their growth. And I think it would be right up exactly what they're dealing with. And although the town may not pay for expenses to go, I think that we could pursue with the League of Cities getting Incorporation Advisory Board members to go on their own expense. And I'd like to know what the opinion of the board is on that.
I have no problem with that.
Mr. Calkin?
Nor do I.
Ms. Hendersby?
I would support that.
Dr. Waters?
I have no problem with that at all.
Then how would we go about doing that, the members that wish to go?
I believe that you would have to contact Mr. Kohlbarger.
Okay.
Any further public comment?
Now it's on. There's a lot of back and forth on the reason for going. The thing is plainly stated, it's travel authorization. Mr. Dolan filled it out. It says in his handwriting, to attend the League of Cities annual conference to advance my knowledge. So that's what he was asking for. It's also denied by Mr. Kohlbarger.
Thank you. Seeing nobody else getting up for further public comment, we have a motion not to approve item 22C. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 401. Item 22D and D and C. Dr. Waters?
Yes, D
and E, I'm sorry.
and E.
You asked for those to be pulled and spoken on separately, sir?
Say that again.
You asked for these two items to be pulled and spoken on separately.
Yes, I asked it to be approved because we're looking at the bylaws for the task force. And the question I had, and I would like an answer to, is why the name changed. We're talking about a community center, and we're talking about any future community center, regardless of what the name is. And if we restrict it to strictly the Bob Root Community Center as the proposed name, then that's the only center we can deal with. And I thought the task force was to deal with a community center, regardless of the name, regardless of the location. And in looking at what we have right now and proposing what we're going to do in the future. So instead of restricting themselves to one, I just had the question as to why we wanted to put that restriction on the task force.
It just was typed up that way by staff. I have no objection to eliminating Bob Root off of it.
No, the staff didn't do it. The revised bylaws by the
Yeah.
task force.
I know, but Samantha scanned it and typed that in and just put Bob Root there rather than community center.
Okay, if it's just a community center, I have no problem with.
I agree with you.
Okay.
Let's move that we accept the bylaws adopted by the Community Center Task Force, deleting the words Bob Root. How's that?
Yes.
From the bylaws.
I would agree with that, and I would second that.
I need to ask on this because these are consent agenda items and we are taking D and E together. So are we accepting the consent agenda items D and E with the admission of the name Bob Root from the bylaws?
I was thinking D was separate.
He's doing D separately. We'll come back to E.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so we have a motion, Ms. Parker and a second by Dr. Waters. Any further comment by the board? Anything?
Yes, I have some questions on, it has name of presenter as task force representative. Who is that representative?
Mr. Clendon.
Oh, okay. And are there minutes of the actions that necessitated these changes? They're not attached to them?
No, they will be approved at the next meeting.
Is it Mr. Clendenin? Could you step forward, please? I'd appreciate it.
Hi.
Hi, thank
Butch
you.
Clendenin. I was elected chair of the task force.
Aha, okay. Maybe since there's no minutes, and I'm confused as to the timelines that, of the meetings and how this action all came about and the reasons and so forth. Maybe if you could refresh everybody's thoughts on it.
We've had 2 meetings so far. The initial meeting was everybody that the board chose to go was there. At that time, we had no guidelines other than what you had presented. There were a lot of recommendations to how to form the board and put everything together. There were guidelines put together from other task forces or other groups. Advisory boards. And every member that the town board elected to be on that took those home with them, studied it, and at the next meeting that we held and advertised and everything else according to the open meeting law and everything, this is what they chose to do. The board chose to do. I chaired it. There was a recommendation. There was discussion about town board members being on it. They're ultimately going to vote on it anyway. There was a discussion under that. Vicki said I only wanted to be on as an advisory board member anyway. There was discussion on that about the board, and this is what they came down to ultimately, and the board voted on it, and that's how it came through. The name Bob Brood, it was stated by Harley and Vicki and other members that they wanted to encompass the issues about the Bob Brood or the community center into the future. So I would totally agree with Dr. Waters that we want to talk about a community center. Whether it be the Bob Brood Community Center or a community center, I think this task force is open to that discussion, and I think that's what we want ultimately for this task force to come back with a recommendation to the board to have a community center that's going to be for the future of Pahrump. And I think that's where this board is going. I mean, we have other recommendations that we want to discuss, and we're trying, and again, this task force is new, and we're learning some things about, how to deal with open meeting laws and everything else. And Dr. Waters gave a great presentation to the board to make sure that we're following those laws and those regulations. And I think we're online now and everything is going well. And ultimately, that's about how we are now. Ultimately, they voted to have 7 members, 2 alternates. Harley was asked to be an alternate, and he chose not to be an alternate, which actually, and Mrs. Parker chose to be the liaison, which leaves an opening for 2 alternates still on the board. I believe 3 people have put in applications, and I don't know. It was sort of a question I had, and I'm going to present it to the board now since we're talking about it. You've adopted to put the board forward, and then the board formed itself, the task force formed itself and its guidelines. And it's on our agenda to put in alternates, but ultimately it's got to come back to the town board. And I don't know if it can be decided tonight because it's not agendized, but trying to, it seems like a lot of stuff to go on to accomplish this board. And I was just hoping to shortcut it, but I know we have to follow the rules. So I guess the next time we're going to look at the 3 applicants, send it back to you, you're going to approve it, and they're going to be the alternates. So, and I'm sorry, I'm carrying on. Any other questions? I'm sorry.
When was the meeting that the motion was made? Do you remember what the date and time was?
Do you have those minutes? We decided to meet on, the first meeting was advertised, and then we decided to change it to Friday nights at 7 o'clock, the second and fourth Friday of the month.
August 12th.
So, August 12th, thank you.
So the motion that was made at that August 12th meeting was the motion to change to an advisory board from a task force. Is that what I?
No.
Just to adopt these bylaws?
To adopt, it's still stated as a task force. We adopted the guidelines to narrow it down, so would have taken it from, I believe it was 11 people to 9 people, how it was originally proposed by you. And it was just narrowed down, because that's how it was on the other advisory boards, and it was just 5 or 7, 5 with 2 alternates or 7 with 2 alternates. We actually had the people there to actually do the 7 and 2.
Good.
And that's why we did it that way.
Great. That presents a question that I have then on the date the agenda item was submitted. It was submitted as of 8/8, but you didn't meet and act on it until 8/12. So we do have a 10-day rule with our policies of submitting agenda items. So I'm wondering, this obviously went in outside of that rule, so there must have been some permission given to do that. Is that correct, Mr. Kobarger? Was there special compensation for this agenda item to come forward?
No, there's no special, would you say consider, I did not pay for this to come forth, no.
No, special
If you want
consideration.
consideration, yes, I gave them consideration because they are a task force, and this did not have to go to legal to be approved. So I made that decision to bring it to the town board.
Beyond the 10-day rule, so.
No, within the 10-day rule, not beyond it.
I'm sorry.
There's a part of order called.
If I may, Mr. Chairman, I can sum this up, I think, real quick. I'm Sam Jones. I'm a member of the Community Task Force. And yesterday,
Mr. Jones, a point of order is specifically to speak to a rule that's being violated.
That's what I'm about to do, ma'am.
Okay. I
All right.
just want to make sure.
Yesterday, I was at the town office, and I picked up an agenda item request form. And it specifically says, requests and backup must be in town office by noon Wednesday of the week preceding the town board meeting you wish the item be presented. Town board meetings are held on the second and fourth Tuesday of each month at 7 p.m. in the Bob Roode Community Center, and there it is. So you need to either change your paperwork or do something different, because we've been boogered around as a task force by this 10-day rule.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I believe you have to add.
That's an outdated form.
That's an old form.
Yeah, it's an old form.
Well, then you need to get rid of them at the town office, because I just picked that up yesterday. And I've got a whole slew of them.
If you look through the agenda, they all say 10 days.
Mr. Chairman, I guess we need to rule on that before I can proceed.
I need to ask legal.
Mr. Chairman, through you to Ms. Endersby, I believe, and I consulted with Mr. Kobarger, that staff has the option to insert something closer than the 10-day rule, should staff deem it advisable, and that would not violate the town board's policies.
Mr. Chair?
I'm not.
Ms.
I haven't
Endersby?
yielded the floor yet. Thank you. The, also, I just want to make sure there's an understanding that a task force is to be dissolved upon completion of the task. So if you look at it in light of, say, a military operation where you have a command give a task to a group that includes some leadership and, you might say, the rank and file, to complete, not to complete the task, but to complete the mission. And this particular mission, stated by the charter, was to act in an advisory capacity and to develop one or more recommendations to the town board after reviewing information pertaining to the investigation, etc. So there's a specific mission that the task force was asked to complete. So I'm kind of confused by moving to adopt advisory board bylaws. It seems to me, it moves the task force out of that mission and into the broader scope of an advisory board that would sit for an indefinite period of time, completing whatever mission the bylaws state. So I just want to make sure that there's a complete understanding that that the task force under the bylaws that are being established here would move it into that realm, and out of just dissolving at the time that the task or mission is completed.
I totally agree with you, and I believe everybody that's sitting on that task force board, we adopted those guidelines because they were simple. That's why we adopted them. I believe everybody on the task force right now, that's their intention, to advise this town board the quickest and easiest way and what we're going to do with specifically with the Bob Roode Community Center and the community center, however you want to put it. It's been put forth to this board by other people and by the public that they want to get this done as quick as possible, and I agree. And there's a lot of things that, unfortunately, if we were just people and could go do it, it would be done by now, but we have to follow the rules. So as a board, appointed by the town. So there's frustration because as someone who's worked in construction, I know that there's a lot of things that could be done extremely quick, but as a board, we can only recommend to the town what to do, and that's absolutely what we want to do. We've asked for more information so the task force can bring forward to the board its decisions and why we made these decisions, and until we're actually a board and the town board approves us, we actually don't have any standing to do that. So, and I think rightfully so, Mr. Kohlberger approved this quicker, and we're actually a board, and now when we ask something, it can be done, because right now, until you approve it, we're not really a board. So,
yeah, well,
I mean, we are, but we aren't, but.
Actually, a charter is a formal document which confirms privileges or rights to chart a course of action. So, and that's what a bylaw does too. Yes. So they're documents that can chart that course and help the task force accomplish its mission and goals. So, but I can see that if it uncomplicates life, certainly the bylaws would be an asset.
And that was the only reason that we adopted it that way. It was simple and it was quick.
Thank you for your time.
Dr. Waters.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. The other thing I would like to say on the bylaws, and I missed it the first time, was under membership, item E. It says the term of each advisory board member shall commence upon the approval for appointment by the town board. But I think you need to add, each term will be until the board has completed its task or a maximum of 2 years, whichever comes first. Otherwise, they're on forever. You need a termination part in there.
I personally like Ms. Enderby's. This task force was set forward to do one thing, and I would certainly hope that we're not together 2 years from now.
Well,
I
that's
would
why I say
hope that this is
until
done
it's com-
before the end of the year.
Until you completed your task, or 2 years.
Yes,
whichever comes first.
and I would have no problems adopting that change.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Mr. Culkin.
I would assume that when this board concludes that that board has fulfilled their mission, or at any time does this board wanted to dissolve a board, we would have to take action. It just doesn't automatically happen. This board would have to decide that it happened, so I don't really think that needs to be in there. It doesn't matter to me, but, you know, when we feel they fulfilled their mission, naturally, we're going to have to vote on dissolving that board. I also wanted to make a little, explain something. That board had a problem with 2 town board members being on it. That would
That's the next item.
Oh, okay. All right, well, I'll talk about that later then.
Any further discussion from the board? Any comments from staff? Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there any public comment?
Dave Stevens, Pahrump citizen, taxpayer. I was over to that last meeting. I've been to both meetings. And they've got some very competent people over there. Very good, competent people. I think you leave all that kind of task, all that kind of legal stuff out of there, you're going to get further here. You keep fooling around, Harley Cooking and Vicky's going to sell that place and build a new one there.
Dave?
Huh?
All we're talking about is just
I know what
accepting
we're
their
talking about,
bylaws.
and I know what I'm talking about.
Well, we need to stick to the subject.
I would say just leave these guys alone here. Just plain language, leave them alone, they'll get it finished. When they come around here and having, changing names and all this kind of stuff, that's all a bunch of phooey. I don't know where they get that stuff. They've used that Bob Root Center for everything I can think of. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave.
George Gingell. I think they better leave it as a task force, not a advisory board, because you better draw the line between the two. You better talk to your legal people. A task force doesn't have to follow the rules that a board does. So I think you should just leave it as a task force, let these people get their job done, get it over with, and let you people vote one way or the other. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, seeing no one else getting up for public comment, the motion was to approve the Community Center Task Force changing their bylaws. With the omission of the Bob Rood Community Center in their name. Is that correct?
Just Bob Root, sir. Leave Community Center Task Force, it's
Right,
just
community-
without Bob Root.
Right, to remove Bob Rood from the name. Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries 4-1. All right, so that brings us to 22E, approval of the Bob Rood Community Task Force, removing Mrs. Parker and Mr. Culkin, town board members from the task force.
Okay, I can speak on that.
Go ahead.
Yes, they adopted the bylaws, which means that they only needed 7 members, not 9, and several members of the board were absolutely adamant they did not want any town board members on there. And after listening to them for quite a while. Mr. Culkin said that he would step aside, and I agreed to remain only as liaison. This board knows what it wants to do, and they're quite adamant about it. So I have no problem with their decision.
Mr. Culkin.
Yes, they had a problem with the fact that we would be voting with them and also voting again here, which is why I declined to accept being an alternate, because I pointed out, well, if that's how they felt, then why would it be okay to vote sometimes but not all the time? I don't think any of them realized that. It didn't really make any sense. So it was better just, back off and let them do what they want to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have a motion on this at all?
No.
Finished discussion, yes.
Actually, we need a motion to continue discussion.
All right, I'd be glad to make a motion to approve of the Bob Root Community Task Force, removing Mrs. Parker and Mr. Culkin, town board members, from the task force.
I second.
Okay, now we'll have discussion from the board.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, the task force was created by resolution of the town board on 12th of April. It passed 4-1, and the resolution states, there shall be 2 town board members and 1 county commissioner who will serve as members of the task force. That's the resolution that we approved. To go against our own resolution does not make any sense at all to me. That's what we created, that's what we wanted, and that's what we should have. The bylaws, great. They can change the bylaws. They can't change a resolution that the town board has already approved.
How about if we propose a new resolution? Because there's no point having members on a board that are not welcome and are decidedly not wanted.
Mr. Chairman, that's the exact point. It would be if they don't want us there, then it would be disruptive to what they're trying to accomplish. So I think we're at a legal dilemma. We probably need to ask legal what we would need to do in view of what Dr. Waters said. I agree we passed something and they don't want it, so where are we?
Where we're at is the resolution stands, and it'll have to stand for at least another meeting. You can certainly continue and remove town board members in the time period that there's a few weeks difference between the removal and the change in the resolution. I don't see that really as being too much of a problem. But if you would like to wait, that's fine as well. But I agree with Dr. Waters that if you just remove with no intent on replacement and no intent on changing the resolution, that's a bad idea.
Ms. Sandersby?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Where did that, the county commissioner's position, was that discussed? What is the feeling of the board on that? Or the task force?
The way it was brought up is there was no problem with the input from any town board member or any member of the public, because the public's welcome, and we freely open conversation about the task force and what the goals of the task force are. The issues that were brought up were they're going to vote on it in the task force and then come and vote on it again. There were members that felt that there was a conflict there. And ultimately, the vote was for that. The issue of the county commissioner is they won't have a vote on it, the ultimate vote on it. And that's, I don't believe that there was an issue about that, because they'll never be voting on this issue about the community center. They may ultimately have some say-so, depending on money and grants and or whatever, however, because there's been discussion of what's available to bring the existing community center into the future. There's been discussions, and all the boards have been asked by this town board to address issues of maybe in the future building a new community center. And that's one of the things that's on not only our future agenda, I believe other boards' future agendas also. So ultimately, when it comes back down to it, the county commissioner is an asset. He deals with the county, he's dealt with these issues, and he won't have an ultimate vote by this board. And I believe that's how it came down.
It does seem to me that basically the charter and the task force seems to, as it was originally constituted under the resolution and the charter, doesn't seem to be applicable to what the convened members desire at this time. It seems perhaps more appropriate to dissolve the task force and reconvene it under an advisory board and move those members into that reconvened advisory board and just stop the whole process of the task force and the charter, because we're in so many conflicts here. It seems to me. Legal, what's your input on that?
Chair, through you to Ms. Endersby, I think there are several options to go with. We can have the task force continue in its original state, continue in some kind of amended state, continue as a group organized by the town manager, which would not be subject to the open meeting law. But it also would not be subject to town board approval and ratification of advisory board members or task force members. There's a range of things out there that we can do to accomplish the goal, and it's really the pleasure of the board.
May I ask then, Mr. Kobarger, what your position, what's your preference?
Oh, that's easy, whatever the five around the table want.
No, sir, that's an easy way out. Do you have any, because it was mentioned that you could convene somewhat of an ad hoc committee that could help you resolve some of those questions. The reality was that the purpose of just having our citizens come together is to give assistance not only to the board, but to the staff in delving into all the issues and ramifications of what to do about a community center. And we need to trust our citizens to come back with recommendations, however we ask them to do that. So with that, if there is a preference of staff, then we should really entertain that, because that is important with the staff working with our citizens in the format that would be comfortable for staff.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I think staff answered that question, and I think what needs to be done now is
I asked Mr. Kohlberger.
E should be tabled and brought back with a charter change or whatever we're going to do, and then this task force should continue on their work that they're doing. And if there's if that's legally possible, that's what we should do right now, in my opinion.
There was a question asked of Mr. Kohlberger. I would like to hear the answer, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Darby. I would have no problem with an ad hoc committee, Mrs. Endersby, working with these gentlemen. They all have, they're all very good in background with construction. I've read their applications. They have construction, they have engineering. I would have no problem doing an ad hoc committee with these gentlemen and ladies.
Thank you, sir.
I wasn't sure, so I said ladies.
May I make a comment?
Are you done, Mrs. Enderby?
Yes, thank you.
Mrs. Parker?
Isn't the simplest thing is to give them their removal of the town board members and come back with a change resolution at the next meeting. That is just the simplest, quickest, easiest thing. They've got a meeting coming up Friday night, so we really need to get this settled. Who are the members that are going to vote at that meeting Friday night? So my recommendation is to approve the removal and then come back with an amended resolution at the next town board meeting.
Mr. Chairman, I see then we are moving into some legal issues by removing board members before resolution is amended, and it seems very kind of entangled there.
Before we can table this motion needs to not pass then? So by virtue of the conversation that's going on, I would like to call for the vote. The motion on the table is to approve the Community Task Force of removing the 2 board members. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
Aye. Motion dies 2-3.
That's right.
You need to come up to the microphone for your point of order, Mr. Jones.
Mr. Darby, Mr. Jones, hang on a second, please, if I may. May I? Mr. Darby, if I may?
Yes, sir, Mr. Culkin. Or,
Oh, what did you want me to do?
That's Bill Kohlbarger. Sorry about that. Mr. Kohlbarger.
Forgot what I was going to say. No, I know what it was. Consent agenda items, you don't have to have public comment on, sir. Even though you pull them off, they're still consent. Okay.
And I do believe that in Robert's Rules of Order, that is the discretion of the chair.
Okay.
Because there is a time period set aside for public comment, so I do not have to have public comment on each item.
Okay.
Okay, that motion died. Is there a second motion? No motion? We shall.
Well, Mr. Chair, I want to know where we're at. So, I mean, the bottom line is we want these people to move forward, so I'd like to ask a legal question, if I may. Where are they at, then, in view of everything, and can they continue?
They can continue. We've amended their bylaws. You're still technically a member of the task force.
Whoa.
Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Parker.
They cut down, excuse me, they cut down the number from 9 to 7, so we're the 2 that went.
Not to step on legal's toes. However, they're still on the board. For the simple reason is, the other 3 haven't been added to the board by the town board. So therefore, those positions are still open, and they'll still belong to Mr. Calkin and Mrs. Parker until thank you, until the next meeting where it's official. Sorry for this confusion.
Thank you.
There was no intention by this board to circumvent the original resolution. That when you voted at a town board meeting, it was sort of, in a roundabout way, said that when the task force had their first meeting, they would actually draw up their own guidelines. It was also stated when we formed by 2 town board members that that's what we were going to do, and that was the only intention of this board. It was our understanding that, and we took it from you, Ms. Inserby, that it had been a long time and nothing had been done about the community center. And our intention was only to get going and get it going as quick as possible. And by no means did we have any intent to change any of these other rules. We thought we were doing what we were supposed to do. And I can tell you, that's all I can say.
And I want to thank you, and I appreciate the fact that the citizens have stepped forward, are willing to serve and look at resolutions to the question. I think it was just a failure of communication and a failure of understanding the kind of mission and the purpose for what was established. So it was just basically a lack of understanding and communication. But I appreciate the fact that the board is still working on it and moving forward, and we desperately need the community center issue kind of resolved. So however that can happen, so thank you.
Thank you. And that brings us to item number 5, announcements.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Announcements for August 23rd. Incorporation Advisory Board meeting has been canceled on August 24th. Pahrump Boundary Line Advisory Board will meet on August 25th at 6:30 p.m. in the Town Annex. The Pahrump Tourism Board will meet on September 1st at 8 a.m. in the Town Annex. Public Lands Advisory Board will meet on September 7th at 7 p.m. in the Town Annex. The Arena Advisory Board will meet on September 8th at 7 p.m. in the Town Annex. The Nuclear Waste and Environmental Advisory Board will meet on September 9th at 2 p.m. in the Town Annex. This is the second Friday of September as opposed to the normally scheduled first Friday because of the holiday. The Community Center Task Force will meet on August 9th at 7 p.m. in the Town Annex. Parks and Recreation Advisory Board will meet on September 14th at 6:30 p.m. in the Town Annex. The Veterans Memorial Advisory Board will meet on September 15th at 6 p.m. in the Town Annex. Us Too Prostate Cancer Support Group will meet on August 25th in the hospital training room from at 6 p.m. Symphony Animal Foundation will be holding Pasta for Paws on August 27th from 4 to 8 p.m. at the VFW, and donations are requested. The Social Security Administration will be in the Town Annex on August 30th at 9 a.m., and the Pahrump Movie Nights in the Park have concluded after a very successful summer. The Breast Cancer Support Group will meet September 16th from 11 to 12:30 p.m. at the Nathan Adelson Hospice. I have to get that off and I'm not sure, I think it's the Makaha Sons, and I apologize for the if I mispronounce the name. We'll be holding a luau in concert at the Nevada Treasures RV Resort on September 17th, with doors opening at 6 p.m. The Desert View Hospital will be holding an autumn health fair on October 15th at the event Southwest Medical Associates in collaboration with the Southern Nevada Immunization and Health Coalition, and will be administering flu shots to interested adults.
Thank you. Any other announcements from the board? Ms. Parker?
No.
Mr. Culkin?
I think there needs to be a change here, because it was read, what it says here, that the Community Center Task Force will meet August 9th, I think. August 9th already came and went. Isn't the date the 26th?
And the September 9th.
Okay, September 9th, okay, because it says August on our backup here. So September 9th and August 26th.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Waters?
Yes. For us, too, the Prostate Cancer Support Group, they are having a guest speaker, Mr. Tony Crispino, and he is the chairman of the Las Vegas chapter of Us Too. So we're encouraging everybody to come on out and at least listen to something about prostate cancer and preventative measures. I also had a question of Mr. Kohlberger on this. I know the Pahrump Movie Nights had a very successful summer. We had to cancel one night because of weather, and I heard that they might be replaced. So were we still going to have that? Was that going to add on one more week, or are we going to go ahead and conclude it?
I believe we're not doing that because school's starting.
Okay, fair enough. The other thing I wanted to say, and we made the announcement and several people have told me about it, NDOT signs, highway dedicated to United States veterans, are up on 160. It starts south at the Nye County line, goes north up to 95, and NDOT paid all the funds for that. Again, highway dedicated to United States veterans, and something we'd like to be proud of. Thank you.
Anything from staff?
No, sir.
Any public announcements?
Mr. Chairman, members of the town board, and ladies and gentlemen, my name is Carl Delane. I am the Community Assessment Coordinator for the Nevada Rural Development Council. Since the last time I appeared before this board, I have been meeting with the local steering committee And we have set the dates for the resource team to visit here in Pahrump, and those dates are October 10, 11, 12, and 13. We will hold 20 listening sessions during that time, looking to seek hearing from as many residents as we can. On the 13th, Thursday the 13th, in this room between 6 and 8 p.m., we will present a preliminary report. We will then draft up a draft report and return in about 2 months after that to present the draft report and do a priority setting meeting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Phil Huff, I wanted to make an announcement that the Pahrump Valley Museum is open now, full bore, 10 o'clock until 4 o'clock, Tuesday through Sunday. We're only closed on Mondays now. We're open on Sunday. We're making an effort to make the Sunday available to people that in the past have indicated interest and want to go to the museum on Sunday. We're now open Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, 10 until 4. The admission is free. Please come and visit us. We have the new Yucca Mountain exhibit that used to be on Postal with a lot of changes to it. So be certain to come and see us. I'd also like to announce that Paved is going ahead full bore with the Pahrump Fair and Festival. The dates for the Fair and Festival are September 29 and 30, October 1st and 2nd. Booth sales are very good, but still lots of room, so we would encourage anyone that's interested in a booth, whether it be food, crafts, nonprofit, or regular commercial booth. Those spaces are open. The prices have been reduced from last year, so take advantage because it won't happen next year. So we also want to announce that we are going to have the carnival again this year, of course. We'll have full bore rodeo, a 9-event rodeo, which has an extra added attraction. That is, in addition to the 9-event rodeo, rodeos generally have the bull riding at the end, as you know. There's bull riding at the beginning of the rodeo as a separate event, and the end of the rodeo each night. 2 bull riding contests. It's the most popular, so if you get there late, you're going to miss the first bull ride. This is a professional rodeo. This is out of Utah. They put on 42 rodeos a year, so I think they have some experience. They've been doing it for 15 years. It's going to be a good entrance, good stock, and a great show. We also are going to have the typical, going with the fair, the 4-H exhibit, and lots of good food. We have a lot of interesting things for everyone that are a little different from last time. Heavy-duty entertainment. Michael Jordan is trying to outdo himself from last year. We're going to have lots and lots of musical entertainment. In between musical entertainment, we're having all of the favorite tappers and dancers and children and singers, and the Pahrump, I'm going to forget what it is, Pahrump's Best, or whatever it is, that's a result of contestants that have competed in the warm-ups to this. So we'll have that final. And we'll have, lastly, what did I forget? Lots of beer, lots of ice, well, we hope we have lots of good weather. There will be a children's section which will have a train. It'll have a ducky capture for prizes and a couple of other contests. Every contestant gets a prize for everything in the children's section. So come and visit and have a good time at our fair this year. The proceeds go to the fair grounds. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no one else for announcements.
Good evening, I'm Louis DeCanio. I'm a Pahrump resident. Approximately 8 months ago, the Bob Roode Community Center was closed to the public due to a roof leak. A decision was made to put heavy black plastic over the doors and windows and close up the building as tight as a clamshell. A while back, a company based in Reno, Nevada was paid $25,000 to test whether or not the building was toxic. but the testing found nothing wrong that couldn't be cleaned or repaired, but still nothing has been done. Recently, this town board approved the formation of a task force to make a decision on what should be done with the Bob Root Community Center. This task force is just more bureaucracy that must adhere to the open meeting laws, the bylaws, and agenda items, and up until now, no decision has been made on what to do with the community center. It's obvious we don't have a serious problem with the community center. Our major problem is with the leadership in our town and our county. I've also asked this town board why we don't have a local insurance company and local agent. Mr. Kohlbarger explained that Mr. Wayne Carlson, Executive Director of Pool Pack, which handles the insurance for Pahrump and Nye County, contacted all the insurance companies local to Pahrump, but they refused to join Pool Pack. Well, I wasn't aware that you had to join the Good Old Boys Club to do business here in Pahrump and Nye County. Keeping things local would be a good way to start solving some of Parump's problems. But our insurance is based in Reno, Nevada. Our insurance agent and adjusters are based in Reno, Nevada. Lawyers for the county are based in Reno, Nevada. Carl Delane from Reno, Nevada was paid $15,000 to speak to Pahrump residents to find out what our local problems are. An environmental company based in Reno, Nevada was paid $25,000 to assess the damage to the community center. The county of Nye paid a Reno, Nevada consultant $100,000 to investigate whose fault it is in the Blagg Road failure, and even the attorney here tonight is based in Clark County. And none of this money is ever circulated back through our local economy, which would help create jobs. Mr. Kohlbarger stated that some of this money is paid through grants, but grant money is still our tax dollars. And if we could get grants to funnel money to carpetbaggers from Reno, Nevada, and a few other towns, then why can't we get grants to help our local economy? Also, this town, the town of Pahrump has gone straight downhill since impact fees were implemented. This town board keeps talking about tourism, but what good does it do to bring in tourists if we can't accommodate them with additional rooms and other activities? Talk to the 3 county commissioners from Pahrump to eliminate the impact fees and the bureaucracy, and let the local businessman decide on how to expand and attract tourists to generate tax dollars and create new jobs. If you don't believe what I'm saying, then talk to the local business people and the local real estate agents, and you'll get a complete update on the financial mess this town is in. The residents of Pahrump are tired of the lies and the excuses we get from this board and other public officials who seem to be making decisions for their own personal reasons and not for the good of the community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dave Stevens, taxpayer, Pahrump citizen. I sure agree with Louis, but I'll go a little further. I come from the state of Washington. We'd had that thing patched up in about 2 weeks, and the people who moved in there, all this bureaucracy stuff is kafooey. But anyway, makes things short, you better get down there and put a patch on there before winter comes again and more rain comes on there. Also, I'd fire Kohlberger. I wouldn't mess around with him the way you people do. I just up and fire him.
Dave.
You got a bunch of stuff there, you got to fill out a bunch of papers there, that's a bunch of hooey. I wouldn't hesitate, and that lawyer, he'd get out of here
Mr. Stevens.
too. Thank you.
Gary Rizicki, Pahrump residents. I was here a couple of months ago addressing the problem of my park up on the north side of town. And I was trying to explain to you people my position on eminent domain, and that any taking of any part of personal property for public use, eminent domain comes into it. So zoning my property a park and taking away my rights for public use, like I said earlier, people are riding horses and four-wheelers on my property, and I'm trying to explain to them it's not a park. But my problem, part of that is on the county map, colored in green, and it says parkland on the pie chart on the bottom. Now, I came to you people a couple months ago, and you kind of blew me off saying that it's a county problem. I'm back here tonight because I did a little research, and the Nevada statutes Title 21, Cities and Towns, Chapter 269, Unincorporated Towns, NRS 269-405, Powers of Board to make public improvements. And it says 269.405, the town board or the county commissioners shall have the power, in addition to the others, and it goes down to 3, to provide for the purchase, construction, improvements, maintenance, and preservation of town parks. Okay. Then you come down to, in the same stature, NJS 269-577. This is, I'm saying, what I said at that time, you're the same people. And to drive home the point that you are nothing more than a glorified board of the county, even though you're elected, the state statutes say that .577, county whose population less than 400,000, appointment or election, members, removal, compensation, or duties, and under 1B, the removal of a member of the town advisory board or the county commissioners find that the removal is in the interest of the residents of the unincorporated town and for the appointment of another member. In other words, you're at the whim of the county commissioners. Even though you've been elected by the public, you are nothing more than a glorified arm of the county, just like the county's part of the state. That's why I was trying to explain before I file suit. I bet you nobody has done anything to try to work out my problem, which has been going on for 5 years. I'll bet you the lawyer over here, smirking, hasn't done anything. And, you know, I got to tell you people, I'm getting at the end of my patience. I'm asking for some help. I've been paying taxes. I've got a house sitting empty that I paid for 5 years. I'm asking for people to stand up and do the right thing. If you want to park for the public, you know, there's other things that came into this with the property when they bought it. That's why I'm angry about it. I'm asking, take care of the little details. You're killing me. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name's Cody Siegel, and I'm a prompt resident. And I got a question. Every day the pool doesn't close at its closing time. Every day it closes earlier than its closing time. Why?
I had no idea it was closing early. Mr. Kohlberger?
I don't know, I can find out from pool staff and let the gentleman know.
That's all we can do.
Richard Goldstein, prop president. I guess the beginning of the year or the last while, we spent a whole lot of money building this pool, putting it in, fixing it, and they did a good job. A couple weeks ago, the pool was closed for a whole week almost because the pump broke. Brand new pumps broke. We got a problem there. If you walk around this pool, you'll notice the decking is cracking already. Why? There is no reason for this decking to be cracking already when it's brand new. The other item I have is, I think the town of Pahrump and the board here needs to congratulate Chief Scott Lewis and the men and women of the Pahrump Valley Fire Rescue Service for averting a major tragedy last week. As most of you know, there was a major fire and explosion at the AmeriGas facility on Postal. If this would have got to those big tanks that sit in the back of there, this whole town would have been rocked. Unfortunately, there were 2 serious burn victims in that, but they got the fire out with minimal damage, and our mutual aid agreement worked. They had to use it because of other incidents that happened in the town at the same time, and I think we owe the chief some congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you.
Butch Clendenin. I'm going to ask something, and you can tell me if I'm wrong, staff. I'm trying, as a member of the task force, one of the last things under discussion at the last meeting was to agendize and vote on opening the main hall at the Bob Rube Community Center and get it open by the time the Fall Festival came about. it's coming down to a short period of time to address that issue. It was a consensus of the board. We couldn't vote on it. And because of the night our board falls on, it's before the 10 days. So I'm asking if we can agendize the item now. We're going to vote on it on Friday, so it can be actually voted on at the next town board meeting. And I don't know if that's okay to do or not. I know that Mr. Kohlberger says that he can agendize an item quicker, and maybe that's the route I need to go, if we can agendize it quicker after Friday, if that would be a better route to go. I'm asking, because again, I'm new at this, and I'm hoping that it can be addressed so we can get it in front of you the next town board meeting. We do have time? Okay. There was concerns that we weren't going to be able to do that, and that's why I wanted to bring it up now. Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Is it on? There we go. Hi, my name is Robert Hansen, and I realize this is something coming up later, but I don't have all night to be sitting here waiting for this item to come up on the agenda, so I'd just like to make my comment known now. Is your number 11, there's changing the words representative democracy to constitutional republic.
Because it is an agendized item, we have to wait for it.
Okay, well, there's still public comments, right?
Yes.
Can I speak?
Not on an agendized item.
Well, how long do you think it's going to take to get to this? Because not unlike some people who bring this kind of stuff up because they have nothing better to do because they're retired, some of us have to work.
Seeing no further public comment, we'll move on to item 25. Ms. Parker.
Yeah, I actually, the gentleman that just spoke, I have a lot of concern for him because he has an item that he'd like to discuss, and we've got a number of people, all of which who are also employed, who want to get to items 12, 13, 14, 15, and 16, and it's already almost 9:30. So we've got to start making accommodation for people who need items to be covered, and they're employed, and we don't get to them till 1 o'clock in the morning. We've just got to do a better job of taking care of the people who are here for specific items, particularly our volunteers. You've got a bunch of tourism board members over there that need to be here for these items, and I know that they have to get up early in the morning, and that's my rant.
Thank you. Mr. Culkin?
In view of how long the meeting's gone, just keep a few things short. As I said, I asked for this item to move up to correct information, and one of the things said tonight was that $25,000 was spent doing something with the Rood Center. No $25,000 was spent to anybody, so that was not a true statement. As Mr. Clendenin mentioned, the board unofficially, because they're going to bring it up in our next meeting, but they had decided that they want to see about opening up the main room, and that will be on the next agenda, and this board will have an opportunity to vote on that. And the comment was made about the hotel rooms, we need more hotel rooms. Well, that was answered by somebody in a hotel room business who stated that when they have a higher occupancy level on a regular basis, then they'd be more than happy to build more hotel rooms. So anyway.
Come to the microphone, please, for your point of order.
Louis DeCanio again. I know that was directed to me. Now, I will make a statement right now.
That's not a point of order, sir.
Okay, point of order. If you want to debate me on this, on everything I said, he said that I was wrong on these.
Mr. DeCanio, please.
He said I was making the wrong statements. I'm not making the wrong statements. He's trying to state things to say that I'm wrong and he's right. Everything I stated in my public comment was right, and you're telling me I can't comment on it? He can call me a liar and I can't say nothing? All right.
Nobody calls me a liar, and I sit back and take it.
To answer the idea of a liar is when somebody knowingly says something wrong. I'm not saying that you knowingly said anything wrong. I'm just saying the information was incorrect. And anyway, and that's enough on that because we're short on time.
Ms. Endersby.
Yes, I'd like to direct staff to please bring a report back regarding the swimming pool. And if it could be in writing, I'd appreciate it. A written report as to what the findings are on time and so forth. And also, I attended a Brownsfield workshop, which is what was used to do the assessment on the community center. And I want to make sure before we move forward on any agenda items that we make a clear investigation into if that's going to in any way eliminate our possibilities of going for future grants or under Brownfield or any other resources if we were to open it. And so I'd ask staff to please look into that. And I'd like to request legal to explain how staff can override a town board policy. You stated, sir, that Mr. Kobarger has the right to override town board policy of not submitting, agenda items.
Chair, through you to Ms. Endersby, my understanding of the town board policy is that it requires board members to submit to legal for review in excess of 10 days before the meeting. That's my understanding of the town board policy.
I don't want to take the time to read it, but I'd advise you read it, sir.
Dr. Waters.
Mr. Chairman, let's move on.
I agree. That takes us to item number 7, advisory board reports. Anything from the board? Ms. Parker.
None today.
Mr. Culkin.
Yes, I would just like to say that the Community Center Task Force is doing a great job, and Mr. Clendenin was an excellent choice as chairperson. He's doing a great job of going in the direction that this board's trying to get things done. Also, I'd like to thank Mr. Kohlbarger. He set up a meeting between Mrs. Buffy, chair of the Pahrump Tourism and Convention Council, and myself. We met yesterday, and we had a really nice meeting discussing some issues and whatever, and it went really well, and life is good, and that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Endersby.
Yes, the Incorporation Advisory Board meeting has been canceled for tomorrow night, but they do request a joint meeting with the Pahrump Boundary Line Advisory Board in September, date and time to be established and announced. So if the Pahrump Boundary Line could please designate a time and place, and the Incorporation Advisory Board will try to accommodate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Waters.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, the Nuclear Waste and Environmental Advisory Board, they're going to have a guest at the next meeting. That's going to be Commissioner Boraski. They have some very important things to talk about. So if anybody's interested in coming to the Nuclear Waste and Environmental Advisory Board, I suggest you do so. The other thing is on the Veterans Advisory Board, we have a representative that wants to speak, so I'll delay anything else and let him speak after we're done.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
My name's Jose Tellez, and I belong to the Pahrump Veterans Memorial Board. And last meeting, I said that coming in front of the board made me real nervous. And good Pahrumpians came and gave me some advice. One of them said to take a deep breath. That didn't help. The other one told me to drink some water. Then I have to go to the bathroom. The other one said, take 2 shots of Jim Beam. So here I am, loose as a goose, and ready to give an update on the Pahrump Veterans Memorial. Okay. At the present time, we're working on the presentations for the town board on the Columbarian project that we're doing now. And we have the size. We already voted on what columbarium we would want, et cetera. And where it's going to be placed, we have landscaping charts where we would like to bring to the board on the meeting of September the 13th. We'll bring you the cost of the columbarium. We will explain the difference between a private cemetery, a state cemetery, veterans, and a federal cemetery. So you will be way up to par on exactly what's going on with our project, the columbarium, and our side of the cemetery. We will have some numbers on the backup, what, where, how much, all that stuff and everything. So we'll have all that ready for you. And then Mr. Carl Jones, Air Force retiree, he's done a real great job of going out and getting all kinds of information on the columbariums, the sizes, what it takes to put them down, all that stuff. So that's being taken care of. I mean, he's doing a great job. And at this time, I would like to take the opportunity to thank Lieutenant Colonel Waters for his involvement in placing those signs for the veterans at 160. And I guess it's too late for the commissioner to be here, Borowski, but he was very influential in doing that, and for that I thank him. Now, I'm not speaking for all the veterans, I'm speaking for myself. And I tell you, it is a great honor to see that the town of Pahrump does that for veterans. And I really, really myself appreciate that. And that's all I have. I told you I was loose as a goose. Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you. Any other advisory board reports?
Robert Adams, Public Lands Advisory Board. The BLM's seeking public comment on 3 endangered beetles in sand dunes. And I could probably put a link up, maybe on a page of the town website or whatever, or release it to the paper, that even though it's not in Pahrump, they're seeking general public comment. So we'll be discussing it to some extent at our meeting on the 7th at 7 p.m. at the annex.
Thank you. Any other advisory board reports? Seeing none, we'll move on to item number 8, discussion on the Town of Pahrump Economic Development Report. Mr. Kohlbarger.
Visit 2 weeks. There's been a lot of new interest in the town. As you can see, the list is growing from outside. It's very positive. Any questions?
Thank you. Ms. Parker? No. Mr. Culkin? No. Ms. Endersby?
No, sir.
Dr. Waters?
Yes, that's a very brief overview. I was hoping for something more in depth. Also, is there anything new from Contour?
Yeah, actually, we're having a meeting with them on Friday, and it's a technology meeting, so we'll be doing a web meeting. They gave me a website to go to, a company. I go to this, and so I'll be speaking with them guys over the web, and we'll be discussing when they're coming to town to do their report and give their report.
Okay, and the next question I have is, everything on track at this point?
I will let you know Friday afternoon by email to all the board.
Okay, thank you. That brings us to item number 17, discussion possible decision to approve resolution 2011-10, a resolution to establish a blue ribbon committee on rural transportation and all matters properly related thereto.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Please.
The purpose of developing a blue ribbon committee versus an advisory board is under the advisory board structure, there would be a need to have it open only to Pahrump residents. And to have a blue ribbon committee is opening it up for the experts to come and really look at the issue, similar to what Mr. Kohlbarger was talking about as an ad hoc, except this would be completely transparent, open to the public, and with the ability for open meeting laws to be addressed also. So with that, just some history on it. The community task, what's the task force, Dr. Waters? The community.
Community Center?
No. Got so many. Nye Community Coalitions, Community Task Force, or is that what they are? Anyway, I'm sorry. It's getting late already. Yeah, they formed a group to look at one of the situations that they see as so prevalent in our community, which is the lack of any kind of mass transportation, and ask to have some discussion and deliberation started on it. So this is an effort to accommodate those citizens through that group to start looking at how we can address the issue of providing some kind of regional transportation. And the intent is to invite some people that would have direct information, direct avenues of resolving the issue, and ask them to convene those discussions. So with that, I'd like to move that we approve Resolution 2011-10, a resolution to establish a Blue Ribbon Committee on Rural Transportation Advisory Board in all matters. I'm sorry, that should be a Rural Transportation Committee on all matters properly related thereto.
I second the motion.
Mr. Chair, if I may, through you to Ms. Indersby, may I remind Ms. Indersby maybe to ask her to amend her motion based on our conversation earlier today?
Yes, I'm sorry. I would like to amend to, it does consist of, I'm sorry, I'm going to back away from the amendment, because what we talked about is the resolution addresses 7 voting members, and so does the structure. If you look, there are 7 voting members within that Blue Ribbon Committee. There's 2 under F, which makes it 7.
Yep. Mr. Chair, again, through you to Ms. Indersby, my concern was that the resolution requires 2 town board members and the town manager, or I guess his designee.
Oh, I'm
so
sorry.
That would be a total of 10 members rather than 7.
And so the amendment would be the removal under the resolution of consisting of 2 town board members and the town manager. So that would be deleted from the resolution.
I amend my second.
So the motion is to approve the resolution with amendments to form a Blue Ribbon Committee on Rural Transportation?
Yes.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion from the board? Ms. Parker?
Yes, this is something that's been looked at over a long period of time. Mr. Bob Howard has been working with the bus company in Las Vegas on a park and ride for close to 10 years, and it hasn't happened because it isn't economically viable. Since I've been here, there have been 2 different bus companies that have come and gone. Why? Because it is not economically viable. The last thing the town needs to get involved in is another bus service, because it will not be economically viable. This Blue Ribbon Committee, task force, whatever you want to call it, best belongs underneath the Nye Community Coalition Task Force, where the idea originated. The town of Pahrump has no money. We cannot afford to invest any money in a bus company, and the last thing we need is to be involved in it. So I'm against this. The other thing that I have a problem with is it actually states in there that the secretary will belong to the town. The town will supply the secretary, and I have a problem of the town paying for a staff member on a Blue Ribbon Committee. So these are the reasons I'm against it, but basically because it is not economically viable. If it was economically viable, we'd have a bus service here.
Thank you. Mr. Culkin?
Yes, I'd have to agree that many people have tried to run a bus service here. Our big problem is that we're a rural community and we're really spread out. And I've owned buses through many years, and you can't imagine what it costs for a bus, not to mention the maintenance for it and everything. You don't just buy a bus and decide I'm going to take people to Las Vegas wherever you want to go with it. You've got to go through the state, a tremendous licensing procedure and everything. And bottom line is it's extremely expensive just to get that bus in operation, and the payback isn't going to happen here in Pahrump. And like I said, many people have tried, and it just isn't happening. And then we're trying to get involved with something that I think is private. When we bring more people here and people have a need and can afford to pay for it, then maybe it might be a time to look at it. You know, our taxi company was having troubles, and I read in the paper something about financial issues or something, and they were out of business for a while. People can't even afford a taxi a little bit, let alone going to Vegas. I just don't. I appreciate the intent, but in reality, I just don't see this flying at all, and I think it's just wasting a bunch of time. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Endestry, any comments?
Yes, sir, but I'll defer to Dr. Waters and come back.
Very well. Dr. Waters?
Yes, sir. I guess I look at this. We don't have transportation in Pahrump. We do need transportation in Pahrump. You know, I have to look back and say, men can't fly. Those stupid Wright brothers kept on trying and kept trying. They didn't give up. And now we have airplanes. If we want to give up on transportation in Pahrump, we'll never have transportation in Pahrump. Here's a committee that can be put together. They may come back and say, hey, forget it. It just can't be done. But they might come back and say, the Wright brothers were right. We can have airplanes. Think about it.
Thank you. Ms. Endestry?
Mr. Chairman, yes, there are resources available. The part of the structure of the committee would be inclusive of a representative from the Southern Nevada Transit Coalition. They have funds available and means to seek grants to get some sort of transportation system going, even if it's just a small little shuttle service. But they can entertain various options and look at all the resources that are in the community and on a national and state level, because there are resources available. So it doesn't have to be from the town, and it certainly needs the cooperation, though, of all of these entities that are mentioned as being inclusive on the committee, because with their expertise and with their direction, I believe things could be accomplished and absolutely needs to be accomplished if our community is at all going to prosper and grow. Without transportation, companies come and look at our community, our valley, and say, that is a key to economic development, and without any kind of mass transit or any kind of transportation, we fall far below other communities. There are communities throughout Nevada, smaller than ours, that have various types of transportation services. So to say that we will never have it is, I think, short-sighted and certainly not meeting the needs of our community.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any comment from staff? We're going to open this up for public comment.
Dave Stevens, one of these backyard dog republic, Perumpians. I certainly agree with Ms. Hennessy on this. You're not taking into consideration the senior citizens here. Myself, I'm hanging on to a woman. That's the only way I've got of getting around to the hospital down there. They got no bus or anything unless I
Dave,
take a taxi.
Could you back off a little bit? You're too loud.
Oh, sorry about that.
Thank you.
The senior citizens are the one that's keeping this town rolling here. You don't realize that. We're just a dog here, a dummy or something. That's all. And you should have transportation here. If they can buy this guy, Kohlberger, a car here for $30,000, they could sure get transportation here. That's peanuts what it costs. The money they've been spending, they've already spent $1 million here in this town. Where's it at? Where's the receipts at? That was in the paper. I'm just quoting the paper. There's a lot of things going on here that shouldn't be going on, that are going on. And that transportation, there's no harm in getting a little bus around here. My God, people go to the doctor. These doctors, I wouldn't give you 10 cents for the whole works of them. Yes. I got me one. He made a mistake on my pills. But I go back to him. That's the only thing I got. Yes. Senior citizens, you forget about the senior citizens. We're just animals. That's all, animals. I deserve the respect here of a senior citizen. I put my time in the Army too, mister. I'm a lifetime veteran in the VFW. I don't support them because they don't support the Merchant Marine. There was more people killed in the Merchant Marine in World War II per capita than all the services put together. Yeah, I'm going to quit. Just trying to tell you people something here. Oh. I thought you was that of somebody else around there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stevens.
Yes, my name is Arthur Jones, citizen of Pahrump. This is what I've been talking about some time ago. We had the money, we still got the money. If we could spend $156,000 plus for a dream in the park, why can't we spend that money for transportation here in the town of Pahrump? Like senior citizen. One of the days I'm going to be a senior citizen, and I'll be able to catch the bus running. I drive up and down this town often, quite a bit. I see people walking up from the grocery store with bags in their hands, pushing carts with food in it, babies in the buggies, sun burning in their face, mama's walking, daddy's walking alongside of them, kids trying to make it back and forth to school. So why can't we spend money on public transportation in this town? One of these days, public transportation might be able to save your legs. being nice with that word I'm trying not to use.
I appreciate it.
But like I said once before, we can spend $156,000 plus on a theme park and don't want to take care of our citizens right off the jump street. We got a problem. We got a big problem. And where it's going to end, I have no idea. So don't say what we can't do. Like the man said once before, always negative thinking. If we put negative thinking in our philosophy all the time, we won't survive the rat race. No way we can survive the rat race. It's all it takes is one person. And I don't mind knocking on doors and kicking butts. Excuse me, sir. I don't mind knocking on doors to try to get things squared away. So it's up to you, this town, to do the right thing. That's what you're up there for. And I figure we can get this public transportation down there, even if it's going to cost the town some money. Hey, town of Pahrump got nothing but money because we done proved it, because we just spend it for everything else. Thank you.
Thank you. Hey, well. Okay, you finished?
Yeah, you good.
Okay. Hi, Marcia Goldstein, resident of Pahrump for 13 years. I think we have two issues here when we say bus transportation. Are we talking about local transportation around Pahrump? Are we talking about transportation from here into Vegas? I think those are two different issues. We tried, as Vicki said, for many years, and we had it for a while, and then it failed going into Vegas. It costs too much. It would be great if CAT would come to the county line, you could park there and go into Vegas. But there's empty land in between, and that would cost a great deal of money. I think that is something that will happen in the near future. When tourism brings money into Pahrump, things come into Pahrump, I think that is something that could happen. I would love to see that happen. I would love to see some buses, as Art said, locally around for senior citizens, for people who don't have cars, for the cars that broke down and whatever, if we could fit that into the budget. You know, as far as doing other things, you know, Dr. Waters said we have to try. I definitely am a positive thinker on that, but I also think that timing is a very important thing. And we can pull ourselves very, very thin. You know, there are issues, I understand that, but I think timing is. It doesn't mean it can never happen. But I think that when money starts coming into Pahrump, and I know it will, then we can concentrate more on getting a bus routes into Las Vegas. Now, if we could do it around Pahrump, that would be great. Maybe a survey, maybe, of would people use transportation around Pahrump if it was offered. And you can get a feel if the people would need that and maybe what areas, and then you can go from there. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
John Zellifer, and I live here in Pahrump. I'm also a member of the Nye County Community Outreach. And I actually am here to talk to Mr. Culkin, Ms. Parker, because this Blue Ribbon Committee would not just be trying to find out how to run a bus to Las Vegas. We have identified the seniors in our community as a real need. We've listened to the stories where we're trying to make arrangements to get them to medical care. We've listened to the kids and the teachers at the schools talk about the lack of after-school programs, and those programs, if they were available, how would the kids get there and get home? Because we have so many families here in Pahrump that have both parents fortunately working, but maybe working in Las Vegas, or it's a single family, single provider family where that provider is working in Las Vegas and cannot get their kids to school in the back. What we're talking about here is simply the formation of a blue ribbon advisory committee to the town board. We are not talking about going out with the idea of creating a bus route to Las Vegas. We're just asking to look into it and to get back to the town board, because as an engineer and economist, I sit in on the meetings where they talk about the impact of fuel costs. And we've seen the impact of housing values in Pahrump. And we've seen the impact, and Mr. Culkin, you're very aware of the impact that decreased housing values have had on town revenues. It is a fact that a $1 increase in the price of gas to an average family of 4 is equivalent to a $30,000 mortgage payment. That's a huge amount of money. And when we have only cars available and we are hostages of fuel prices and the big oil, if the price of oil goes up, which it will, and we do not have an alternate plan, you will see a continued erosion of property values in Pahrump. People just will not have the money to buy gas and make mortgage payments. So I would hope both of you would change your mind and vote positive on this. It's just a committee, it's just advisory, and I think you'll be surprised with the information that comes out of it. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Hello. My name is Karen Lee Letourneau. I am the master of the Grange for Pahrump 18. We have a little experience in busing. We created busing for school. That is, the Grange did. I would like to thank that gentleman for his eloquent speech. We absolutely need a bus here, a bus service. And I would recommend that the committee work on financing. We don't need surveys. We don't need to spend money on surveys. Surveys says we need a bus service. We need to get the seniors. We need to even get people who want to go visit the casinos and or spend money in Vegas to go to Vegas and come back. But we need something that is viable, affordable, and profitable for the people that are running it. And as best I understand, the last bus service did a great job advertising. That wasn't the problem. It's just that the logistics of it, people could not get to the points to get to the bus, or the bus left early, or it arrived late. Please change your vote. Vote for the committee. All you're doing is seeing what other educated people have to say.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
My name is Marvin Carter, a resident of Pahrump and taxpayer. I think I'm sitting, I don't want to be facetious, but am I sitting in a welfare meeting? To me, this is welfare, what we're talking about. That's exactly what it's all about here. And I don't like it. This 17 should be taken out and burned. We're not ready for it. There may be a time down the road, but you got to have some people that can pay for it. You don't start an industry or something that can't make money or stand on its own. But the people I hear talk, it's a welfare. Got to take the old people to the doctor. And it gets, that's what it is. It's a big giveaway program. This country is how many $1 trillion in debt? Going on 15 trillion? And you're going to take the town and add a little more to it? Is that what you're going to do? That's what it amounts to. We need to pay for what we get. Money first, make sure it's right. Every time you come up with these these committees, it makes me want to throw up. We don't need a committee for everything. There's 5 of you up there, just do your job. I tell you the truth, I don't even really think you need a committee for the community center. Do your job, make a decision, talk about it. Do you want to keep it, or do you want a new one? Just that simple. Just that simple. But you guys want to delegate all this BS out to everybody else, and you don't want to take any responsibility. Not a one of you. We got people in Washington that just loves to spend everybody's money but their own. And that's what it amounts to. And that's what's happening here. I hope you take this 17 and throw it out and you burn it. Because this is a big valley, and how many buses is it going to take to run this valley? It's going to take you'd have to have buses all over this damn place. It won't happen. It can't happen. It would cost a fortune. I mean, it's totally, totally silly. I mean, I don't know what to say, but I'm getting tired of the welfare projects. Very tired of them. Very tired of them. Thank you.
Mr. Stevens?
Nobody's talking about any freebie here. We'll pay our way for a bus.
Thank you, sir. Any further comment from the board?
Absolutely. I agree totally with the last gentleman that spoke. He talked about how many buses would it take? Do you realize that the size... Excuse me, Mr. Stevens, I have the floor.
You do? Well, go ahead and take it.
Pahrump is twice the size of Pittsburgh. You ever been to Pittsburgh? People ride the bus there. There's lots of buses. Do you realize how many buses to cover this valley it would take, even if you ran the little buses? I'm not saying that you don't need a bus service, because that would be great, but it's not economically viable. I have no objection to a blue ribbon committee. In fact, it's not a bad idea. But the blue ribbon committee should stay where it originated. It should stay with Nye Community Task Force. It doesn't belong under the aegis of the town board. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Calkin?
I've tried to explain that, everybody's here, let's get a bus. Well, as the guy said, how many buses? What are you talking about? Going over the hill to Vegas? A bus is going to probably cost you, just a bus, the kind you're talking about, like you see go out to the test site and everything, that's $200,000. You're lucky if you get 7-8 miles to the gallon out of the thing. How much are you willing to pay me to take you to Vegas and back? Let's see, and I have to make all these stops. I'm probably going to want about $30 or more. And those buses hold about 45 people. Do you really think it's going to be full? When you put the numbers together, it just isn't going to work. We're too spread out. When you choose to move to a rural community, it's a different lifestyle. When you need things close so that you can walk, or you can hop a bus at the corner, you have to live in the city. See, you can't have it both ways. You can study this all you want. I think it's a waste of time. I think because people have tried to do it and then they have failed. I think what might be a good idea, instead of first moving on this task force, maybe would be to invite somebody from Las Vegas, some sort of transportation, and have them come and address this board and the public as to why they don't want to serve Pahrump. Because, people in business like to expand and make money, so why aren't they out here? So maybe we should do that first. I'm sure Mr. Kohlbarger could get a hold of somebody in Las Vegas and have them come do a presentation and explain to you why it isn't financially feasible to operate transportation in this valley. The senior center has small little buses, and they try to help people and take them to Las Vegas and do stuff, but they lose money on it, and they're just working with a budget. We can't solve every problem for everybody. First, we have to create assets before we create liabilities.
Thank you. Ms. Endersby?
Yes, thank you, sir. First of all, transportation is across the board a necessity if this community is going to grow. If we're looking at any kind of economic development, whether it's the development of a theme park, a small business, a school system, they all are dependent on transportation. And to recognize that need is very important. And there are organizations that have recognized it and have worked on it. This is a study that was put together in 2007 from the business plan from Southern Nevada Transit Coalition. They'd like to come back and revise that study they did, bring it up to date, and work on this committee. They recognized at their July 25th meeting and had it on their agenda that they have board consideration of recommendations for prompt needs assessment. So they would like to work on this and come forward. The Pahrump Regional Planning District has recognized the need. They have under their master plan for 2010 a goal of future transportation planning, acknowledging the potential need for transportation alternatives in the valley. They have established a policy to work with the town of Pahrump and business representatives to design a bus circulation system that would provide citizen access to major employers and services within the town. And the purpose of this policy is to provide the citizens of Pahrump another transportation alternative. So there are entities that recognize that need, and if the town board is short-sighted in not recognizing their part in helping address a major issue, we have failed our citizens.
Dr. Waters.
Yes, sir. It's very possible I confused the issue by talking about airplanes, and I apologize for that. But it seems that several people have come up and talked about buses. If you read this agenda item, it is to establish a blue ribbon committee. That's all. Not talking about buses, not talking about buying anything, not talking about buying airplanes. We're talking about establishing a committee to look at it. That's all we're looking at. That's a start. That's where we need to be. That's what the agenda item is. It's not welfare. It's not giving anybody anything. It's looking at what we might have in Pahrump. That's all. That's the agenda item. Please don't add I don't see any place in here where it says buses. And maybe, again, maybe I confuse things by talking about the Wright brothers and an airplane. I apologize. We're talking about establishing a blue ribbon committee to look at our need. That's all. Thank you.
Actually, I'm going to throw in my 2 cents here. One of the things that's been bothering me for quite a while is that nothing we do is simple. I've often referred to 4 little letters, KISS. It's keep it simple. I won't say the other part. But it seems like this board does anything but keep things simple. We can't have an ad hoc committee. We have to have a blue ribbon committee. We can't have just a regular committee look into something. We have to have a task force. I believe in keeping things simple. This is not Washington, D.C. This is Pahrump. There is a motion on the table to approve Resolution 2011-10, a resolution to establish a blue ribbon committee on rural transportation. I read that wrong. To establish a blue ribbon committee on rural transit transportation and all matters properly related thereto. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
Motion dies 2-3.
Mr. Chair, could I make a request? The items 9 and 10 are going to take quite a while. We had a gentleman who wanted 11, and we've got a number of people here for 12, 13, 14, and 15. Can we go to them and then come back to 10 and 11 in deference to the people who've waited here till after 10?
And Mr. Chairman, I was going to make the same request.
Is there any objection from the board? Mr. Colkin?
No.
Ms. Sandersby?
No.
Then we will jump to item 11. Discussion possible decision to change the words representative democracy to constitutional republic in the paragraphs of the cover page of the town board agendas.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion to do so. Trying to speed things up here.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Let's fight over the second.
Any discussion from the board? Ms. Parker?
Yeah, since some members of the public find representative democracy offensive, let's change it.
Mr. Colkin?
Ditto.
Ms. Sandersby?
I'm opposed.
Dr. Waters?
Yes, sir. Mr. Phil Hyder is a constitutional scholar and also of Documents of Freedom. And I've asked him if he would just come up and make a quick statement on why we should make the change. Mr. Hyder?
Just a real quick comment before you speak. In reviewing the opening page of our agendas, I feel that quite a bit of that could just be eliminated to say the same thing. But please, Mr. Hyder. You need to turn your microphone on.
Mr. Chair?
Around turned it off.
I appreciate the presentation, but really what could be done is just to remove the whole statement from the directives and let it go at that. And I'd be glad to make a motion to remove the statement from.
Have a motion and a second that we need to act on first.
Oh, there is? Okay, I'm sorry. I thought we were just listening to comment.
No. Proceed, sir.
Okay. I'll start a little differently because of differently to the way I was going to start. As you may already, the sharper ones will have perceived, I'm not a native of Pahrump. And I'm a naturalized citizen, and I had to earn my citizenship. I'm probably one of the few in this room that did not get their citizenship as an accident of birth. I had to earn it, fight for it. It took me a long time and a lot of study, and so I appreciate it. During that process, I had to take some very solemn obligations of casting off my past and swearing allegiance to the Constitution. And that's what I'm doing, and I think it would benefit the people to understand why. That if they grew up where and when I did, they would have a very different perspective about changing words. Words are absolutely critical, and I think that maybe if you don't want to do it now, we could set some time aside. I believe Dr. Tom Waters has listened to one of my talks, and maybe you believe or believe not that other people could derive some benefit from that.
They could definitely benefit from it.
I'll show you one, if you could look. I appreciate what is happening about time, and I don't think it's a good idea to press when people are going to sit and get very aggravated. But I have one slide. The rule of law is critical. Growing up in Europe during World War II, where there was no rule of law, it makes you see things just a little different. And when words can be arbitrarily changed, little by little, you end up where I was born. If you would just look at this one, can you look down at this one sheet? The Constitution by which we're all governed, part of the supreme law of the land. Article 4, Section 4. The United States shall guarantee to every state in this union a republican form of government. End of story. Why change it in the Pahrump webpage? What authority do you have to change it in the webpage? It's unconstitutional.
There are lots of reasons for it, and as I said, I've had to fight to get here. I'm a legal immigrant, and I've done a lot of studying, and to change it arbitrarily, to me, is sacrilege. And to refuse to accept part of that, and to just get rid of the whole thing, is sacrilege.
Thank you, Mr. Hyder.
Thank you, sir. We have a motion and second to change the words representative democracy to constitutional republic. Any further discussion from the board? Ms. Parker?
No.
Mr. Calkin? No. Ms. Endersby?
No.
Dr. Waters?
No.
We're going to open this up to public comment.
After you, sir.
Yes, Robert Hanson. Okay, I'm opposed to this because I think it's just semantics. Okay, when our founding fathers were writing the Constitution, Madison and now they used the words republic and democracy interchangeably. Yes, we are a republic, but we were also a
Mr.
representative
Chair,
democracy.
I'm sorry, we've lost a member of our board. I don't know how we can proceed if we're not all seated.
Stop the clock there, please. Start the clock again, please. Yeah, I think it's important that he's here since he's the one that seconded the motion or made the motion. Anyways, like I was saying, when the founding fathers are writing the Constitution, they use these words, the republic and democracy, interchangeably. Yes, we are a republic. We know that. We have a Constitution. We know that. We abide by it. Okay? That's what we have the Supreme Court for. Sometimes they rule incorrectly, but that's what their job is. Now, we are also a representative democracy. That's why you guys are sitting there, because we elected you. Okay, we elected you to represent us. So this is we're only arguing this because certain people, okay, want to change the words representative democracy because they don't like the word democracy, because they're Republicans. So they think if they get rid of the word democracy, it makes the Democratic Party less legitimate. Whereas if you change it to constitutional republic, it makes the Republican Party more legitimate. And that's the only reason why they're doing this. This is a bunch of nonsense. It's a bunch of semantics. Okay, we're both. We are a republic based on a representative democracy. Okay, did everybody take civics or what? Okay, why are we arguing about this? Okay, this is absolute nonsense. Okay, and I'm totally against this. It's just, I didn't know this was going to be on the agenda. Otherwise, I would have brought in a lot of documents too by our founding fathers that say this, that will state my side of the story here. But I didn't know this was going to be on the agenda. I saw this, I'm like, because there's Mr. Dean here. Okay, about a month ago he was talking to me this, and I must have schooled him for an hour on this subject. Yet here he is. None of it went through because you know why? I'm sorry, but turn off Fox News and start thinking for yourself for a change, okay?
Go ahead.
No, you go ahead. You were first.
No, that's all right. I'm a gentleman. Go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
Okay. First off, Dean Brooks, Pahrump resident. First off, the term representative democracy is an oxymoron. Okay. Representative.
Sir.
Could I get some quiet, please?
Representative is when you pick people and send them, like a republic does that. But it still leaves out the minorities. That's why we have a constitutional republic. We live by a rule of law which is being violated daily by our government. I mean, to the point of absurdity. We are a constitutional republic, not just a republic, not a democracy. Democracy is basically mob rule. It's got nothing to do with the Republican Party or the Democratic Party. They're both lousy parties and should be abolished, quite frankly. We need to bring in the libertarians and get something done. However, Mr. Phil Hyder, I've listened to this man now for nigh on to a year. He makes a lot of sense. He has a DVD out that if you take the time to sit down for an hour and a half and watch it, you're going to learn a lot. There's also an overview of America on a DVD that talks about anarchy, Republican form of government, to a democracy, which is mob rule, to oligarchy, to dictatorship. Some of you people who are objecting to this ought to read the Constitution. Here's a little book. For $1, you can read the thing. Yeah, I get shot. But anyway, it's time you read the Constitution, people, and figured out what this is all about. First off, would any of you play a game without knowing the rules? This is a rule book for dealing with your government, and if you don't read it and don't understand it, you're going to be talking crap like we just heard. I have a lot more to say, but we don't have time, so I'll button it up for the night.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Deborah DePreta, D-E-P-R-E-T-A, and I'm a resident of Pahrump. And I find it very interesting, this backup information. It's all about the Federalist Papers. Now, this gentleman that just spoke, he's waving around the Constitution. Well, does he know anything about history and the history behind the Constitution and the Declaration of Independence? Nowhere in any of this backup is anything from Thomas Jefferson or Benjamin Franklin. And if he took any time to look at our history, he would see that, yes, we are a representative democracy. As a matter of fact, Thomas Jefferson, who took a very broad definition of what we have as government, he was the one that wrote our not the Constitution, the Declaration of Independence. The Federalist Papers are simply a very, very narrow view of government. So to say that that is representative of what we as Americans stand for is not so. I suggest that these people that wave the Constitution around, that they find something about our history. And as far as the word democracy, the etymology of the word comes from demos. It's Greek. Demos, it means people. And then kratic, as of the people, okay? Now, if he knows anything about Greek history, they had what they called democracy. Does he also know that it was not mob rule? The only people who were allowed to vote in Greek society were the landowners. And when our Constitution was made, women and black people were not considered as people. So the documents that we're looking at, they have evolved through time and through our cultural changes. And I just want to say that I am deeply, deeply offended by the whole idea that we would be a republic and that we would say that we are a republic when everybody understands it is common knowledge, common terminology that we live in a representative democracy. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sam Jones. I believe this first gentleman that spoke here, he's got it right. We all, I think, were born in this great country. He had to swear an oath to this great country we live in. And all of us, at least a lot of us, swore an oath to the Constitution. And swore an oath, and we took the flag as a symbol of this great country. And for these people to sit up here and talk about Republican and Democrats is ludicrous. I don't vote for a Republican or a Democrat. I don't care what denomination they are. I vote for the person, for the integrity of the person. And our founding fathers fought and died for this country to be a constitutional republic. And I'll fight and die for this to stay a constitutional republic. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Marjorie Hanson, and I have only one thing to say. I believe that Carolyn Endersby's solution is the correct one because, first of all, there's your side, and there's my side, and then there's the compromise in between. And the compromise is what government is based on. It's called diplomacy. Furthermore, if that compromise is not recognized, I will be filing paperwork with the ACLU because this will be in direct violation of the United States Constitution. Thank you.
Because of what has been said, and I thought I was just going to save some time so that these people could retire early, I think it's shown just how important the education is. And I would like now to start my presentation. No?
I don't think we need to. I really don't.
The presentation I thought you had already given.
I hadn't started.
You already talked once.
I stood down in the interest of brevity. I didn't even read my statement. All I said was that I was an immigrant that had, in order to get my citizenship, I had to take some very serious oaths, and probably no one in this room has had to swear an oath or affirmation in order to be a citizen and vote. And
Point of order, we're in a public comment. Please start the clock, please.
I thought I was giving my presentation.
Well, sir, in the beginning, that was the presentation, and then when you stated for brevity that you were standing down, that was the conclusion of your presentation, as understood by this board.
Okay.
You just missed a whole bunch of really good information. That's the patheticness of this frickin' board, I'll tell you.
Yeah, it's a shame, because all the comments that have been
You want to remain in
made...
ignorance? Go ahead and stay in ignorance. I'm done.
Mr. Brooks.
All the questions and comments that have been made would have been answered by my presentation, and that's a pity. And I thought the whole thing was over if I moved in order that these people could retire early. And they'll remain without that knowledge forever.
If I may, I would like to hear what he has to say.
We need to move along, sir.
You know, this is far more important than a few more minutes.
Mr. Brooks.
Hey, Mr. Brooks, this is far more important. Are you guys a bunch of communists or what? I know you're
Mr.
not,
Brooks.
but I don't understand why you won't let this man speak.
This
is damned important.
Okay, I'll make a comment that people have said there's compromise. There is no compromise in the Constitution. It's absolute. It is amended according to Article 5 with certain amendment procedures. Other than that, it stands as read. There are so many incorrect comments being made that it's unbelievable. And this is the very great problem that we have with our educational system. One more comment, and then I will go unless you ask me to stay. I recently had a foreign exchange student whose native tongue was Mandarin Chinese, and that person attended Pahrump Valley High School for a whole year, and she had, when we were going through the history books and I was working with her, she would say, but this is wrong and this is wrong, and she had a far greater understanding of civics than the people in this room, and her native tongue was Mandarin Chinese. The education is very poor, and it is being perpetuated because people are unwilling to listen and learn.
Citizens, thank you. My name is John Muntean, M-U-N-T-E-A-N. I believe it to have been Ayn Rand, if I could paraphrase her as an opening. And any compromise with evil evil always profits. Words have meaning. Words do have meaning. The Constitution, the other founding documents, the laws that we abide by. As the word of law, the letter of law, it's always compared to words. And in the unanimous declaration of the 13 United States of America, there was a small portion that I feel is relevant, comparing the significance of the words having meaning. And in comparison to government, prudence indeed will dictate that governments long established should not be changed for light and transient causes, and accordingly all experience hath shown that mankind are more disposed to suffer, while evils are sufferable, than to right themselves by abolishing the forms to which they are accustomed. As small as this may seem, it continues to open the door wider and wider. The trouble in our country, the trouble in this town, is clear to see. And it's amazing the tactics that people will use all across the board, right and left, Republican and Democrat, so on and so forth, whether it be race baiting, whether it be putting an R or a D in the topic. They're all distractions. Again, as small as this may be, it should not go unaddressed, in one's own opinion. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Butch Clendenin, a resident of Pahrump. I just want everybody to take into account, we swear allegiance before every meeting. And it starts off with, I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And I really want people to think about that. And it's simple. I mean, we can debate this back and forth, but we stand in front of this and pledge allegiance to this every meeting. And I know it's not done in some schools, but still some schools, it means something. It means something to me. And I think everybody needs to think about this and look at the pit. Words do matter, but this country was founded on freedoms and guarantees, and these guarantees are for everybody. That's all I got to say.
Thank you.
Jeff Bobeck, Pahrump resident. We the people have a contract with our government. It's called the Constitution. Contracts do not change with the times. They only change when both parties agree and change the wording of the contract. So far, that has not been done. Our contract with our government says that we are guaranteed a republic. And I would like to see that. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, seeing no one else getting up for public comment, there's a motion and a second. Any further discussion by the board? Ms. Parker? No. Mr. Calkin?
Yes, this whole paragraph in here, as I recall, I voted against when it was proposed to put it on here, and Mrs. Endersby made a comment, if I'm not mistaken, about possibly we just get rid of that whole paragraph, and I wanted to ask legal, is that an option here?
Put it in.
Chair, through you to Mr. Culkin, no, not at this time. You can make the amendment. We can move to table it and to bring it, bring the issue back up next time under a revised agenda item.
Meanwhile, we can just vote on it.
Thank you.
Actually, legal, if it does die, you couldn't revise the motion to read just to remove the entire paragraph? Because the agenda item is addressing the paragraph?
But the agenda item reads, you change the words representative democracy to constitutional republic in a certain paragraph. And if we got rid of the entire paragraph that deals with decorum, the chair's ability to do certain things, I think that goes beyond the scope of the agenda item under the open meeting law.
Mr. Chairman, we have a motion and a second.
Yes, and we're getting the last set of town board member comments before taking the vote.
Okay.
And I had a question that I wanted answered. Ms. Endersby?
Yes, I believe the open meeting law is recognized, whether we have that paragraph in or not. And the open meeting law does require decorum in meetings. So that is part of open meeting law, whether that statement is there or not. I would like to read also, because it was referenced, that Thomas Jefferson did make reference to, and he stated, Jefferson presupposes the existence in America for the first time of representative government. There was general agreement among the framers and the political philosophers on whom they relied that representative government was a modern invention to make a large society capable of governing itself freely. The introduction of this new principle of representative democracy, Jefferson went so far as to say, has rendered useless almost everything written before on the structure of government. Under the new principle of representative democracy, it was generally admitted that the purpose of government was to represent and not impose itself on society. So we go back to the framers, and they did speak to that, but I appreciate the comments from everybody. Thank you. And Mr. Hay, I understand, I sat through your presentation, so I completely understand your educational information.
No, sir. Dr. Waters?
Yes, I would just like to say, and again, and to the republic for which it stands. That's what I look at. I've been saying that for many years, and I continue to say it. We pledge allegiance to the flag, and again, and to the republic for which it stands. To say that we're not a republic, as some people want to say, and we say that in our pledge, the pledge has not changed. And I believe in the Constitution, so that's what we are.
Sir, we are certainly a republic. On a national level, we entertain that, and that's why we have it in our pledge.
Call for the vote.
We have a motion to change the wording of republic democracy to constitutional republic in the paragraph on the cover page of the town board. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say nay. And I abstain. Motion carries 3-1-1. Item number 12, discussion possible decision to approve funding for the PTCC to purchase travel show equipment not to exceed $1,500 payable from the town's tourism room tax fund.
Yes.
Mr. Chair,
I have
need
a
to take
question of Mr. Kobarger.
Mr. Chair, I need to take a break.
We all do, but these people have been waiting so long. I have a question.
Well, we just had a board member walk off, so I guess we will recess for 10 minutes. Let me turn my microphone on.
Yes, and I had a question for Mr. Kobarger.
Let me read the item over again, please. Discussion possible decision on approving funding for the PTCC to purchase travel show equipment not to exceed $1,500 payable from the town tourism room tax fund.
Yes. Okay, Mr. Kobarger. Yes, ma'am. I have a question about the 8 by 10 foot tables. Oh. Those are big tables.
Yeah, they are.
They're not 8 by 10. It was a mistake. I checked on that today. I think she told me 3 by 6 or something. That normal size table.
Not 8 feet by 10 feet.
No.
Okay.
I wanted to see those.
I did too, and they were folding. So, It is now. I had just hit it. So the $1,500 covers everything, but 8 by 10-foot tables, and they're shrunk down to reasonable size then.
It covers everything, including the not 8 by 10 tables. Kelly Buffy, Chairperson of the Pahrump Tourism and Convention Council. You guys have your backup material on this, and this is pretty self-explanatory. So if you have any questions of me, just to kind of expedite this, feel free to ask.
Thank you. Mr. Colvin?
Nothing.
Ms. Endersby?
Nothing.
Dr. Waters?
Nothing.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve funding for the PTCC to purchase travel show equipment not to exceed $1,500 payable from the Town Tourism Room Tax Fund.
Second.
Second.
Ms. Parker beat you out on that, thank you.
Okay.
Any further discussion from the board? Ms. Parker, Mr. Calkin?
No.
Ms. Endersby?
No, sir.
Mr. Waters?
No.
Dr. Waters? Any public comment? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. All those in favor of approving funding the PTCC to purchase travel show equipment not to exceed $1,500 payable from the town tourism room tax signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you.
$13 was separate?
Yes.
Okay. Item number 13, discussion possible decision on approving funding for participation in the Courtside RV Travel Show in the amount not to exceed $6,500 payable from the Town Tourism Room Tax Fund.
Yes. I guess I have to introduce myself again, don't I? Kelly Buffy, Chairperson, Pahrump Tourism and Convention Council. Again, you guys do have some information that was provided to you on this chart right here, and it's kind of broken down into two parts. Courtside, as we know, we've talked about many times, is extremely important to the town of Pahrump. Number one, for name recognition in a positive way, and number two, just because we have per capita the most RV spaces than any other town in the state of Nevada. And so we are definitely, the RV crowd is definitely a tourism base that we want to encourage to come. So this particular travel show is completely RV. It's probably the most important one dealing with the RV crowd. And so this is kind of broken down into two parts. Courtside itself charges their own charges for us to be there, which is in the second box. That's Courtside alone. And then we have the operating expenses of what it takes just to be there for those 10 days. These are estimates from what we incurred last year. So it's kind of self-explanatory. So if you have any questions, you can go ahead and ask.
Thank you. Ms. Parker?
Let me keep this really brief. We gave out how many thousands of bags of information there?
Tons of thousands. Okay, I'm exaggerating a little bit, but yes, a lot of collateral. There are tens of thousands that are there.
Yeah, it's actually, for those of you who haven't been there, it's nonstop people to talk to. The other thing that I noticed, and I want to get us a website as soon as we can, but if you check the statistics on the hits on our website every week, right after the Courtside show, it went right through the roof for a month or so. So people were actually checking us out.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Calkin?
No comment.
Ms. Henderson?
No comment.
Dr. Waters?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to approve funding for participation in the Courtside RV Travel Show in the amount not to exceed $6,500 payable from the Town Tourism Room Tax Fund.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any comment from staff? Any public comment? Seeing none, we'll go for the vote. All those in favor of approving funding for participation in the Quartzsite RV Travel Show in the amount not to exceed $6,500 payable from the town tourism room tax, signify by saying aye. Aye. No opposed. Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you very much.
The request was made to hear items 14, 15, and 16 together. Possible discussion, discussion and possible decision on approving a grant application for trade show expenses from Preferred RV Resort, from Pahrump Nugget Hotel and Casino, and Mountain Falls Golf Club for Quartzsite RV Show in the amount not to exceed $5,000 each, payable from the town tourism room tax.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. James Horton, Preferred RV Resort. Just real quick before I turn it over to Jeff Rathjen for the introduction, I'd like to thank the board kindly for hearing us on this matter. I realize it's been a very difficult evening, and we thank you for your time. Jeff?
Sorry, Jeff Rathjen, Pahrump Nugget Hotel and Casino. As we just heard, Quartzsite is an incredible event. It turns a small little town in Arizona to the third largest city in Arizona for 12 days. Quartzsite, as I learned last year, absolutely blew my mind when we came over the hill. It looked like it had snowed. There's nothing but RVs there. They estimate anywhere from 250,000 to 500,000 people go through Quartzsite in the course of that 10-day period. As a property operator in Pahrump that is trying to drive tourism to the town of Pahrump for everybody's interest, not only just the Pahrump Nuggets, we found it to be a viable place for us to go to promote Pahrump and the Nugget. We did learn some things last year, and if you look at what our proposal is, being a small fish in a big sea, you don't really get a whole lot of notice. I learned that trying to solicit the off-road races here, starting with the Mint 400 as a one table with a table tent, trying to get people to come to Pahrump. I purchased a large tent and got noticed, and we were able to bring that race to Pahrump, and hopefully we'll be able to continue. That's tourism dollars coming to the valley. What we're looking for is a collaborative effort of business owners that are trying to drive tourism to Pahrump to have a large presence in Quartzsite. We noticed last year that the Canadians had 6 booths in a row, and I tell you, people were stopping like crazy over there because they had presence. We are looking to ask for your help to be able to give Pahrump presence in a convention trade show environment that will allow us to give information and collateral to thousands and thousands of people. The aisleways of Quartzsite are like a cattle call. I can't explain it any better than that. And by allowing us the opportunity to have a collaborative effort with business owners and the PTCC to be able to draw people into our area, to be able to talk to them, I can't even try to explain the lost opportunities that we had last year by not being able to talk to people because they were getting brushed by the Pahrump booth, through the Preferred RV booth, through the NCOT booth. The area is just congested to no avail. We noticed last year there was a gentleman with a booth that took both sides of the aisle, opened it wide open. He was able to get people to come in and sit and talk and listen to what he had to sell. We're selling Pahrump. We need to get those people to come into Parump's booth to be able to see what we have to offer, whether it's the Nugget, whether it's Preferred RV, Nevada Treasures, the wineries, Spring Mountain Motorsports Park, Mountain Falls, or even Frontsite. We want to make Pahrump a destination place. This is not something that's going to be a short-term viable thing to look at. It's not going to make a change in 30 days. I'm sorry to say it's not. People have their plans. This is something that we need to go on ahead and make a lasting impression on as many people as possible to make their travel plans come to Pahrump so that we not only build that tourism, but we also build future residents. The reason that we're here together and trying to get this dialed in is because this convention is so large that people are just biting at the bit to get booth space. So we need to make a decision if we're going to be able to do this correctly and as a group to be able to secure those booth sites so that we can give Pahrump the presence that it deserves at courtside. And if anybody here it made me a believer last year. I went down thinking I was going to go down for a couple of days and help out. It was so impressive that I came back to Vegas for a day and cleared my calendar to be able to go back there for the last 7 days. So, I mean, it was just something that I think that is imperative to Pahrump. We have 1,500 RV spaces in the valley. Let's face it, that's what we're all thriving for. Those are the people that are going to be able to go on ahead and keep our residents working, because they're going to be using our facilities, whether it's Smith's, Walgreens, Walmart, whatever it is. We need those RVers here in this valley. There's been some discussion that we're a private business. I don't have an RV park. And I'm out here trying to go on ahead and get RV business to the valley, because without that, the valley needs that growth. We need to be able to showcase this valley, and those RVers are going to be our eyes out there. James?
And to add to the little what he was just talking about, needing the RVers, I think anybody who's familiar with Courtside knows that it's probably one of the largest gatherings of snowbirds, if you will, in the entire country. So it's obviously impressive in terms of the volume of people who visit Courtside, but even more so is the type of people that are visiting Courtside. These are the snowbirds that this town thrives on. Most of the parties that we met down there, every year they travel from points north to points south. Some of them pass through Pahrump, but we found that many of them do not. And our approach down there, we learned, Preferred RV had been there for many years, but it was the first year for the Nugget. We learned that the best approach was to sell them on Pahrump first, to let them know what attractions we have, let them know what facilities we have, what there is to see not only in the area, but within day trips, as you've heard many times from various members of the tourism board, to really try to gain a greater share of that market that's heading north and south, and perhaps bring even more snowbird business to the town. In thinking about what we experienced for the January 2011 show, as Ms. Parker mentioned to you, the visitation to the website after the show was tremendous. At Preferred RV in particular, we did experience quite a few new visitors who came in, and what impressed us the most was a lot of them had never stayed in the park before, or had never chosen to pass through or visit Pahrump before. And as Jeff had mentioned to you, a lot of that was a learning experience for us. And I think it's great that the town board just approved the funding for the tourism board on behalf of the town to have its own booth represented there. What we're proposing is the synergy of taking 1 + 1 and giving you 3 to really stand out at the show, to really get the proper attention, so that as these literally thousands of people that pass by every minute, that we stand out in the crowd. Maybe they're looking for a place to stay at an RV park. We don't really care whether it's Preferred or any park, as long as they come to town. Eventually we will get some of the business. Eventually the Nugget will get some of that business. The opportunity for golfing, the opportunity for ATV and off-road travels, hiking, that sort of thing. The entire experience, we really need to stand out.
If I may, the one thing that we've heard over the course of the last 4 hours is the need to raise awareness to Pahrump and bring in tourism dollars. This Courtside is a huge opportunity to be able to bring that. Half of the items that we heard today are being stopped because of funding, or stopped because of money coming to the town. This is something that's going to be effective coming through. We just left Washington State last week. I was in Washington for a week promoting Pahrump. I spent 2 weeks in Washington and 1 week up in the Spokane area, 1 week in the Seattle area, promoting Pahrump to try to get people to come here in the off season. That's where we thrive at. When it's nasty somewhere else, it's beautiful here. We've heard it how many times that this is one area that we're able to allow people to do things that they can't do in any other area, whether it be racing cars, shooting guns, golfing, visiting Death Valley, going to the China Ranch, any of the mini day trips, going to the wineries that we have in town. This is the opportunity to be able to bring thousands and thousands of people through Pahrump and change their mind on what perception they may have, or change their minds to make their trip different to be able to come visit this valley.
Everything that we're proposing in our respective grant applications undeniably would benefit the individual properties. There's no denying that. However, a good portion of everything that we do and have done, not only in January of 2011, but in previous years, as I mentioned to Jeff in conversation many times, nobody is going to come to Pahrump just to visit Preferred RV or to stay at the Nugget. It's not going to happen. When we took the approach of promoting Pahrump as a whole, then we started to gain attention. We had the bags of information that the Tourism Board had put together at our combined booth. We had the Pahrump magazine and the Nevada magazine, and just about everybody who walked by, that was our initial pitch to them. Have you ever been to Pahrump, or do you ever pass through this area? And it's actually where the idea for the promotional videos was born. Going into that show, we really wanted something on a large screen, projection or otherwise, to show off what the area has to offer, not only here within Pahrump, but Death Valley, Tacoma, on and on and on. And, you know, facts being facts, that's actually where that whole concept came from, was that promoting Pahrump and everything that it has to offer, whether it's a place to visit, whether it's a place to call home during the wintertime, or eventually even buy a home, as many of our visiting park members have. Everything that we're proposing is to the benefit of the community as a whole. And we're really hoping that that's what you'll see in there. Just as an example, the printed collateral piece that's in Preferred RV's respective grant application, as I believe I wrote, if you read the full 2 pages, one side of that color piece is about our particular property, but the entire second side is, here's the reason to come to the area in the first place. Unless we can get them into the area, there's no opportunity for them to stay at my property, Jeff's property, or Saddle West, or any other property represented. And if I can, to conclude, in thinking about the recommendation written by the town staff that it not be recommended, there were a couple points brought up in that. One of that was that you're dealing with private for-profit businesses, which is true, and there was mention made that the Nevada Commission on Tourism does not provide grants to those type of entities. That's also true. However, under our current guidelines, it specifically states that it can go to for-profit, non-profit organizations, as long as it's serving and promoting the goals of the Tourism Board. The other aspect of that is that this specific type of grant isn't contemplated in the language of those guidelines. However, on that very first page, it states that, and I'm paraphrasing here, just because it's not enumerated below, meaning it's not cultural, it's not marketing, startup, etc., doesn't necessarily preclude it from this type of financing that includes but is not limited to, and the option is entirely reserved not only by the Tourism Board, but in this case the town board as a whole. If something is being proposed that fully promotes those goals of promoting tourism to the town of Pahrump, that it isn't necessarily discounted and is rightfully deserving of discussion. Would you like to say anything?
I just wanted to add too that this is not a 2-day event that we just go down and pop a tent up. This is a commitment for a whole lot of people to go down there and spend 11 to 12 days promoting Pahrump. This is a commitment of working 9 to 5 in a tent that's cold, either sleeping in an RV or in an old hotel, or staying 35 miles away and driving your own vehicle back and forth. This is a true commitment from those people that are coming down there to work this area to be able to drive bodies down there. And I really appreciate any consideration on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the board? Ms. Parker?
You forgot to add the gravel floor and how standing all those hours on a gravel floor really hurts your feet. I have a problem with this because you are private, for-profit businesses, and the problem that I have is the precedent that it sets. Because there's 3 of you here. There could be 10 of you at the next court site. We can't fund everybody. How do we choose who we can fund and who we can't? And that's the problem that I have with the precedent. Now, I know that you can share a booth with us. In fact, anybody who wants tourism can share a booth with us. I know you want more space than our booth. What I might be willing to do as a compromise, because I can't fund you, I just can't in good conscience set the precedent of giving you each $5,000 for courtside, as valuable it is to the town. But maybe we could buy a couple more booths and at least provide the booth space with the understanding that anybody could use the booth. That's the only compromise that I would be willing to come up with.
I don't know if it's the right place for me to say this, and if it isn't, please let me know. That question had come up before,
I know.
and I had asked that, maybe the board look at the trade shows over the course of the year and delegate X amount of funds for each trade show, and whoever wants to participate, fine. If there's 5, fine. If there's only 2, fine. That's the money that's going to go through. I understand that we're probably too late to do this, but from being there, from 1 booth to 2 booths, just from experience, I can tell you that we're missing more opportunities than we're getting. And unless we are able to have a large presence there, quite frankly, I don't think it's worth your money, nor is it worth our money to be able to even go down and participate in that event. It's just to be able to go on ahead and just be there.
Okay, hold on. How about, and I'm just throwing this out because the booths are $1,500 apiece. If we were to get 4 booths, that would add like an extra $4,500, and that would give lots of room for any tourism business in Pahrump who wants to fund the transportation, the hotels, the meals, etc. But we could do that maybe as a compromise, and I have no idea what the rest of the board's thinking on this. But that's about as much as I could do, because that way we're providing it for everybody and not specific businesses. Let me turn it over to Mr. Culkin and see what he has.
Thank you. Mr. Culkin?
I have a problem with the private business thing, and I've done a little bit of math. See, when a person spends $1 in a nugget, as an example, you get the whole dollar. But the town of Pahrump, if in an ideal world, and it's not, because I believe, seeing all the figures, that's whatever sales tax Pahrump collects, we don't get it all back. When we were 6 3/4%, the state kept 5, and Pahrump got 1 3/4. Now we're at 7.1%, but the state added that for schools or whatever. So we get 1.75%. To make a long story short, for each $5,000, you would have to generate $300,000 in sales for the town of Pahrump just to break even on the $5,000. So for $15,000 that your 3 are asking for, you would have to generate $900,000 worth of money just for us to get our $15,000 back. And so I don't see that happening. Now, we're trying to build something, so I appreciate that. And I think if you're trying to promote Pahrump, a bunch of booths in a row, I think that's a great idea, and I wouldn't have a problem with that, because as Mrs. Parker said, it would be open to anybody who wanted to help promote Pahrump. I wouldn't have a problem with that, but to support your business, basically what we're doing is helping you bring money into your own business, because that's what you're supporting. And then I have a little dilemma, because your business helps raise the room tax, which you're asking for a little bit of it back. So that's why I also could support, you know, the town getting more than one booth and helping you a little bit, but to give you this grant and you use it any way you want, and you're not really with the town of Pahrump, you know, because you're off doing your own thing, it makes it a little difficult for me.
Due respect, the last time I looked at the Nugget, I don't have an RV park.
No,
I'm trying to get people to come to Pahrump.
I understand, but you have hotel rooms, and like I said, you help generate.
And they do help generate,
the room
yes, sir.
tax, that's correct, as do the RV parks. But you guys are all going to be promoting your own businesses, and I don't see that much overflow. And as I said, to get $15,000 back, collectively, you have to make $900,000 in taxable sales. That isn't going to happen. But we're trying to build and work together, and so I don't have a problem with the town, with her suggestion, Mrs. Parker's suggestion, of getting more booths, and there's this big, long, area promoting Pahrump, and then, it all kind of works together. And it's also giving back a little bit of the money that you helped bring in the first place. So I don't have a problem with that, as the word was used, compromise.
Okay.
But just helping you go off on your own and raise money, or dollar for dollar, it's staying in your place, we'll get a ton of people coming here,
We'll have 10 next year.
Yeah, I mean,
and I would hope so. I would hope that you'd have 10 people that make the commitment to try to drive business to Pahrump. But right now, you don't have that.
But understand that when I gave you the numbers, like I said, for each $5,000 that you get, you've got to generate $300,000 for us to break even, in the ideal world, and I think we're only getting probably half of the tax Pahrump generates, because when you look at roughly like Tonopah and Beatty and so on, believe it or not, per year, they get half as much sales tax as what we get from the state. Something's really seriously wrong, but that's a whole nother story. But anyway, so I think a compromise is fair, and then it's open to anybody. So, you drive your own whatever down there, and the town would, if it's okay with the board, the town would furnish a place for you to promote your business, as well as you're also helping promote Pahrump. But so that's where I'm at.
Ms. Endersby?
Yes, I've been to Quartzsite 7 years in a row, and so I understand the dynamics of what happens there, and I worked with the chamber when the initial concept to address the marketing to RVers and the Quartzsite site opportunity presented itself. So I am completely supportive of what you're introducing, because I know that's what it takes there. It has grown so tremendously that if you don't have a big footprint there, you're lost in the crowd. Absolutely wasting money if you don't do it in a concerted way, and I see that you've done that. What I'm wondering, though, is that the deliberations that went on at the advisory board, were these options that the board, actually the liaison to your board is presenting to you, were they not presented so they could be discussed and deliberated on before they came to this board?
The problem is that...
Mr. Darby, if I may?
Please.
The reason it didn't go to the PTCC and straight to the town board, because it was a conflict of interest, because 3 of the members of the PTCC had grant requests in, basically be voting to bring grants to their own business, and therefore it creates a conflict of interest and an ethical issue. In talking with the Mr. Horton and Mr. Rathen in my office, we contacted the AG's office, and the AG's office said, yeah, it definitely would be a conflict, and it would not be a conflict to those who jump over to PTCC to take it straight to the town board, who has the ultimate say. So this was not brought up in the PTCC in order to save several ethical complaints and conflicts of interest, because I didn't want to see Mr. Horton or any of the other individuals up in front of the Ethics Commission. So I answered that question, I hope, Mrs. Endersby.
So it was not possible to deliberate these options that were presented. Is that what I'm hearing you say?
Correct, because they have to vote on...
Thank you. I understand.
Dr. Waters?
In listening to everything you've said, and again, it sounds very positive for Pahrump. My only concern is setting a precedent that we haven't done this before, and setting up something that we may not want to ever do again, or something we can't afford. That's my big concern. With what Ms. Parker said about trying to find a compromise, I wouldn't have a problem with that, but if we're establishing a precedent of something that we have not done before, probably do not want to do, I find it hard to say okay to that. Understanding exactly what you're saying and what Ms. Endersby has said, if you don't have a big footprint there, you're probably not going to do a whole lot.
May I comment?
Sure.
Courtside's been going on for how many years? You finally have a group of business people who are willing to go down there, 100% new. You're right. You made the comment today, flight. This is our opportunity. Just because it hasn't been done before doesn't mean it's not going to work. This is the opportunity to go out there, and I would ask that you please don't discriminate against this opportunity because it hasn't been done in the past or because other business owners haven't made the commitment to try to drive business to Pahrump.
Again, when I say establish a precedent, I'm talking about something that we may not be able to continue for other businesses. And then we'd have to pick and choose, and that gets us in more trouble than anything else.
I understand.
That's my concern.
Mr. Chair, may I ask a legal question?
Please, go ahead.
Could a motion be made that we would pay for their spaces with the contingent upon that all the spacers are going to be in a row, so you have a big footprint representing Pahrump?
Or back to back.
Mr. Chair, through you to Mr. Culkin, I don't know, I mean, logistically, I'm not sure if it's possible.
Well, we would just, that's...
Could we bring it back at the next meeting to fund 4 booths?
And that would be the preferred option. I was trying to find a way maybe to stretch the open meeting law to do it, and I would prefer not to have to try to make that legal argument.
Come back and purchase 4 booths.
If, Ms. Parker, if you intend to move a motion such in a similar way that what you described earlier, then I prefer that we re-agendize this and bring it back.
In the interim time, maybe Mr. Kohlbarger could contact Courtside and ask if possibly reserve or whatever 4 booths in a row, just to see if it's available.
Mr. Darby, if I may?
Go ahead.
Thank you. These grants are based on reimbursement. So,
But we don't have to give a grant if we buy 4 booths for the tourism board to share with the businesses in town, then there's no grant.
what I was going to state was these gentlemen can go ahead and get their booths because it is a reimbursable grant, and request that they all be in a line with the town of Pahrump, and the town of Pahrump will pick up the cost of the booths at the next town board meeting. It would not slow them up in any process, and they can make that request at courtside, because again, this is a reimbursable grant. In other words, they have to spend the money to get it, but in this case, we would be paying for the booths.
That's the way I
But
understand
I
it,
have-
that they had to produce receipts to get the grant money.
But I have a problem with that, Mr. Kohlbarger, because we are providing booths then specifically for businesses, specific businesses, and if we get the booths from all under the sponsorship of the town and the tourism board, then there's no direct grants to any private business. And I would rather do it that way.
Mr. Kohlbarger.
Thank you, Mr. Darby. No, you misunderstood what I said, and I apologize if I didn't say it correctly. They can still get the booth. Okay, they can still order it or whatever, with the knowledge that the town is it's going to be the town of Pahrump booth. Or we bring it back, and in 3 weeks, they order them. The PTCC can call down there and say, hey, we're going to order 1, maybe 4 booths. Can we have them all in a row? With the conjunction that the town board's going to basically ratify it in 3 weeks when they bring it back. but that's the only other option you have.
Yeah, I'm not comfortable giving a boost directly.
You see my recommendation. These gentlemen know my recommendation. They went sat at my office. It's not a surprise to them what my recommendation was. Am I correct, gentlemen?
Mr. Chair, see, I am comfortable with the town getting 4 booths in a row, whatever, because then I know they're all in a row. And we got this huge footprint promoting Pahrump. I do have a question. Preferred RV and Pahrump Nugget, of course, help generate room tax. I was trying to figure out what Mountain Falls does. Yeah, because I'm thinking the criteria for, so to speak, us approving these grants would be that, they help generate, that's the, how we explain this to people that wonder why we're doing this. They help generate the money, we're just simply help giving some of it back. I don't have a problem with someone other than a person that generates the room tax money sharing a booth with somebody, but I'm just wondering, Mountain Falls, to me, if we're just promoting home sales, I mean, that's really a private business. And so that's, it just doesn't seem to fall into the other things that help generate the tax dollars. So I kind of got a problem with the Mountain Falls part of it, so.
Mr. Kohlberger.
Thank you. It doesn't matter if the town board approves 4 booths for any Pahrump business to be involved in it, no matter if they're RV related, room tax related, pizza related, golf related. So therefore, what I think would be the best thing to do, deny these 3 grants, direct staff to bring it back, if that's what the board wants to do, bring it back, put it on the next agenda to order 1, 2, or 3 more booths, and move on. Thank you.
That's mine.
See, Mr. Chair, I'm seeing that, and in that way, if the town gets the boost, then the town has the prerogative to say who's in it and how it gets used. Whereas if they pay for it and we simply reimburse them, it's their booth. If they don't want to let no one else in it, that's their business. So the town does have to be the one getting the booths and paying for them and so on. So the 4th booth could be open to anybody in Pahrump that wants to promote their own business.
Would anybody care to make a motion?
Can I make a comment?
Yes.
Question. If the town is wanting to do that, is there a way to because the vote was earlier for the PTCC to get 1 booth, to change that to 4 booths now so we can move forward and secure that?
No, because it wasn't agendized.
All right. And then if you're talking about the town being the ones that are purchasing those, is the town going to help supply the labor and materials and all that stuff to man those booths, sir?
Well, to answer your question, as I said, you get dollar for dollar when it goes into that nugget, and you're promoting your business. And
I
you
don't
keep the
get
whole
dollar for dollar.
Well, you have overhead, but you get to use it for your, whatever you designate it to. All we get's $1.75 out of it.
It wasn't what I was asking.
Well, it's any business. I own a business. I have to invest in my business to make money. You have to spend money.
And so am I, sir. This is not a free ride.
Well, we're
putting in the same amount of money to go through this. It's not a free ride for us at all.
I appreciate what you're saying, but as I also said, you have to bring in $300,000 for us to get our $5,000 back. So I feel it's a fair compromise, I don't know.
Can I interject here?
Please.
As chair, I'd like, so let me see if I understand your statement. If the town purchases the booths, then you want us to man a booth and promote the nugget?
That's not what I was saying, sir.
Well, it sounds like you're refusing to go down and help out if we supply the booth space for you.
That's incorrect.
The
We are
question
committed.
was, are we going to supply the manpower
Well,
and
he's
labor?
asking me, or maybe I misunderstood, is that thinking that it's not going to be any expense for our properties to go down there and support and promote Pahrump. There's a large expense with the labor, collateral, and everything else that goes along with it. This is not just us asking for a free ride here, because it's not we're asking for support.
Nobody said a free ride. What we're saying, what I understood you to say is that if we purchase the booths as the town, it now becomes the town's property, those booths, that you want us to supply the labor to help promote Preferred RV and the Nugget.
That is not, what I understood, and maybe I misunderstood, was that he said, it's our booths, we'll say who's going to be in there, promoting what. That's what he said, and that's why I asked, is he the one providing the labor for it?
Okay.
Are we having?
Can I make one quick comment, please? On a the timing issue, and if the board does approve or does decide to go with the compromise that Ms. Parker has brought up, please bear in mind that we've been advised by the show's promoter that booth assignments are done in early October. If the booths aren't purchased or reserved by that time, whether it's through grant money, our property, the town, or whatever, then the chances of getting that collective group of booths all in a row, which I think is the plan that everybody agrees is a good one, is going to get slimmer and slimmer by the day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I understand that, but there's no way under all the rules with agendas that we could approve it tonight.
I would really love to entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to table this and bring it back at the next meeting that the town of Pahrump would purchase 4 booths.
I'll second that.
Any further discussion from the board? Ms. Parker?
Actually, we probably should hear from Kelly.
That
Tabled.
tabled item.
Table? Too late, huh?
All those in favor of tabling this to the next town board meeting for the town to purchase 4 booths, signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. All opposed? Motion carries 4-1. No public comment.
Thank you.
I believe there was,
Mr. Kobarger, as a favor to the tourism board on the next agenda, could you put it early on so they could? Thank you.
Brings us to item number 18, discussion, possible decision to approve the reappointments of Robert Burham, Steve Pasquarelli, Brock Arthur Rodriguez, Scott Tibbetts, Robert Tibbetts to the Arena Advisory Board, Jeff Bobick, Janice Painter to the Incorporation Advisory Board, Cheryl Beeman, Dale Griffin, John Pollack, and George Sossman to the Nuclear Waste and Environmental Advisory Board, Dan Kelly, Nick Moore to Parks and Recreation Advisory Board, Robert Adams, Dorothy Smithers, Claire Toomey to the Public Lands Advisory Board, Kelly Buffy, Alice
Eichner.
Eicher? Yeah. And Kelly and Karen Spalding to the Tourism and Convention Council, and Regina Knight to the Pahrump Veterans Memorial Advisory Board.
I so move.
Is there a second?
I second it.
Any discussion by the board? Mr. Parker?
No.
Mr. Calkin?
Yes, I had a concern. I don't see anything in the backup that any of these advisory boards were supporting these reappointments. And another thing was that, if their time is up, maybe someone else might want to put in, and then that board, whatever board it is, would consider all the applicants. So I can appreciate that someone who's, been on there a couple of years and they'd like to stay on there, but without any recommendations from the board itself, how do I know the boards actually want these people reappointed or whatever? So it seemed like there would have been something in there that the boards, in normal things in the past, a board, hands us who they'd like to see appointed on this board, but in this case, it didn't happen.
This
Mr.
is something
Kohlberger?
that's been,
Yes, ma'am.
Don't,
well, take over your chair, Claire. Let her keep running the meeting.
you haven't stopped at all tonight, so go right ahead.
I think they have to reapply for those boards. That's what I was going to ask you.
It's my understanding that the reappointments have not been something that have been done on a regular basis every 2 years as policy is called for, and this has been something that has been updated or brought to the attention of the various boards. So basically, this is almost something new, even though it's old and has not been followed by. So, I mean, there was no guideline as to reappointments having the recommendation of the advisory boards. Does that answer your
That was my
question?
understanding also. I was going to have Mr. Kohlberger clarify it, but he's busy.
Is that true, Mr. Kohlberger?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Does that clarify things, Mr. Colton?
I guess, so we don't really have any recommendations from those boards if they support these reappointments or not.
We can make a policy change at the next meeting that on appointments that there be a recommendation from the advisory boards.
Okay, and of course, on the flip side, I don't see anybody here saying anything against it, so okay, enough said.
You don't see anybody here. Ms. Hendersby?
No statements.
Dr. Waters?
You know, they've volunteered to continue serving their community as volunteers, and that's why I feel we should go ahead and approve it.
Any comment from staff?
No, sir.
Any public comment? All right, we'll call for the vote. All those in favor of accepting these reappointments signify by saying aye. Aye. Votes 5-0. I'm going to save you for last. Item number 19, discussion possible decision to approve term expirations of Heather Gang of the Nuclear Waste Environmental Advisory Board, George Gingell of the Public Lands Advisory Board, Pat Kirby of the Incorporation Advisory Board, Lloyd Pugh of the Arena Advisory Board, and Mariana Smith of the Tourism Convention Council.
I so move, and I'd like to personally thank all of them for serving.
Thank you.
We have certificates.
Mr. Dart, we have certificates for all of them, and we'll be mailing them out to them.
Gratefully appreciated. Is there a second?
I second it.
Any discussion by the board? Ms. Parker?
No.
Dr.
Andrew.
What's your name?
I forgot.
Mr. Calkin.
Just for public clarification, just wanted to ask staff, of course, each one of these people were contacted and they declined to resubmit.
Correct, sir.
Thank you.
Ms. Hendersby?
Yeah, I believe the agenda item does state that the above mentioned choose not to submit a request for reappointment. So it was stated in there, sir.
Thank you. Dr. Waters?
No comment.
Any comment from the public? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. All those in favor of accepting these term expirations signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Oh, slow there. Item number 20, discussion possible decision to allow PVFRS to participate in the 9/11 Remembrance in the city of Las Vegas by placing the town's ladder truck on display at the Fremont Street Experience on September 9th.
Good evening, Scott Lewis, Fire Chief. Recently, we were approached by the group that's serving as the 911 Remembrance Committee out of Las Vegas. This is not a Las Vegas-related incident alone. This is a simulcast throughout the United States, including Washington, D.C., New York, and Pennsylvania, where the disasters actually occurred. And they're aware that our tower ladder served at both the World Trade Center events in 1993 and 2001. As a result of that, we've been asked to participate through a series of events that are scheduled for that weekend, including a vehicular display, which is on Friday, a number of motorcycle runs that are on Saturday, and the parade on Sunday. I have politely informed them that we have made commitments to our community on Sunday, including an internal remembrance that we hold annually at our fire station. But they were quite adamant that we at least, try to make the vehicle display with our tower ladder, which would be held at the Fremont Street Experience with a number of apparatus that they would have there as well. I thought it most prudent to bring it to you to solicit your opinion and to get your guidance on the matter.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Ms. Parker?
I think it's a great excuse for me to go down to Fremont Street Experience. I'd like to move that we allow the PVFRS to participate in the 9/11 Remembrance in the city of Las Vegas by placing the town's ladder truck on display at the Fremont Street Experience on September 9th.
Second.
I have a motion. Is there any further discussion from the board? Ms. Parker? Mr. Culkin?
Yes, I have a couple questions. Number one, that's one of the vehicles was outfitted with the radiator spray system. We're not going to have any overheating problems going on to Vegas, right?
Yes, sir.
And I know this question is going to come up. Is that vehicle going to be manned there? And are we paying the guy, or is somebody going to volunteer for that? Or how's that going to work?
We will not be placing career staff over in Fremont Street. The goal is to have someone volunteer to take the apparatus over. I'll be taking it over personally. There's a number of different events that are going on through the course of that day, so I think it'd be prudent if I was available for some of those and be back that evening to serve the town.
Hey, can I drive it over? I got a Class A license.
And to answer your first question.
I want to drive a fire truck. Didn't you ever want to drive one? No. Oh, that figures.
Even cops need heroes. But anyway, to answer your question, though, Mr. Culkin, is that the ladder truck was equipped with a MR system, okay. And that task of equipping those two-stroke engines has been completed, and I have forwarded an email to the town manager.
Yes, I received a copy, and then thank you for thank the volunteer that's going to go over there. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Endersby?
No comment.
Dr. Waters?
No, nothing. I agree with it.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Let's open it up to public comment. Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. All those in favor of allowing the Pahrump Valley Fire Rescue Services to participate in the 9/11 remembrance in the city of Las Vegas by placing the town's ladder truck on display at the Fremont Street Experience on September 9th, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you, Chief Lewis.
Thank you very, very much.
Item 21, discussion possible decision on approval to transfer ambulance fund delinquent accounts for May through June 2011 for further collection and related accounting adjustments.
Again, it's, you look at the numbers and people are paying less than half, but this is merely a accounting transfer, standard accounting. So I'll move that we approve to transfer ambulance fund delinquent accounts for May through June 2011 for further collection and related accounting adjustments.
I second the motion.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion by the board? Mr. Park, or Ms.
No.
Mr. Culkin.
Just my normal thing. I don't think people that are definitely can't afford to pay should be hounded.
Thank you. Ms. Endersby?
Excuse me, losing concentration here, but I would like to ask a point of process for the board. Could the chair start the conversations and on this end for Mr. Waters to begin at some point so that the discussions can move in different directions? Thank you.
He actually requested to be last.
On all things?
I don't mind.
Thank you.
Being first or last, it wouldn't matter.
Dr. Waters.
As Ms. Parker said, this is a bookkeeping thing. It's something we're going to be faced with every time it comes up, so we just need to get used to it. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Is there any public comment? Say none, we'll call for the vote. All those in favor of approval to transfer ambulance funds delinquent accounts for May through June 2011 for further collection and related accounting adjustments signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed?
Nay.
Motion carries 4-1. Discussion possible decision consent agenda items A and B.
I move that we approve consent agenda items A and B.
A second.
Any discussion? Ms. Parker? Mr. Culkin?
No.
Ms. Endersby?
No, sir.
Dr. Waters? All those in favor of approving consent agenda items A and B signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. Well, I guess I got to come back to you. That brings us back to item 9. Discussion possible decision on creating the 2011-2012 town board goals and performance objectives. Page 22.
I'd like to move that we table this till the next meeting since it's drawing close to midnight, and I don't think we should be in attendance past a certain hour.
I second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Nay.
Motion carries 3-2. The town manager evaluation form and process.
I also move that we table this to the next meeting so that we can conclude our meeting at a time, in a timely fashion.
I'd like to request you table it for 2 meetings because if Mr. Darby, if I may.
Please, go ahead.
The Pool and Pact is currently working on a town manager, city manager, county manager evaluation form due to the fact that I actually called them and asked them if they had a standard one. So the boss of the Pool Pact HR thought it was a great idea, so she assigned one of her staff to call this week every entity in the state and get it, put it together, compare it, and come up with one solid form, and should be done within the next 2 to 3 weeks. So if you delay it 2 meetings, I might be able to bring you actually what the Pool and Pacts put together as a manager evaluation form.
I like that. Would you care to amend your motion?
I amend to a table for 2 meetings.
I second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Motion carries 5-0. I think 23, future meetings, workshops, dates, times, locations. Does anybody have any future meetings? Does anybody remember anything? Anything from staff?
What's listed? No.
Okay, we'll move on to item 24, staff comments.
We'll table it to the next meeting. No, I'm kidding.
Okay.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Any questions on the town manager's report, which is now going to be under staff's comments because staff's comments is just going to stay on the agenda. So I'm just going to put the town manager's report on under staff's comment if that's okay. So any questions on the town manager's report that's listed in staff's comments?
Dr. Waters.
Yes, I do. On the town manager report, item 3B, I wrote down more because is there anything else you can add to that to clarify exactly what you're saying?
B. That would be the BLM, R, and PP lease. Well, the town stopped the acquisition of a 40-acre site located at Kellogg and Homestead because we don't need it now because the Kellogg property opened back up since Groponics is no longer on the table.
Oh, you should have still gone after
We have a 40-acre park right now we can't fund. Why would we want to have 2 40-acre parks we can't fund, with all due respect? That was my thinking. If the town board requires a request that staff continue to try to get another 40-acre park, we can do that. But again, you have to look at the cost, and we just don't have the cost to do 40-acre park right now. So why would we want 2 40-acre parks that sit there and collect dust, with all due respect?
Okay. Item 3C. Question I have here is by whom? Town has not received detailed report that was promised 90 days ago.
By the BLM.
And then if we can go to the fire chief's report.
Chief Lewis, do you mind coming down, please?
He's gone.
Oh, he left.
Building.
Bless him.
Go ahead and I'll make sure that he gets to answer tomorrow morning, sir.
Okay. On the fire chief's report, on both reports, it talks about false alarms or false calls, alarms and intentional and special incidents. Just like to know what those are, and what do you consider false calls?
I will get you that answer and, tomorrow morning, have Mr. Chief Lewis address that in an email, and I'll forward it out to everybody.
It's the only questions I have.
Thank you. Ms. Endersby?
Yes, I could not locate in any of my backup or anywhere the town manager calendar for June and July and town manager report for July. Could you supply those, please?
You want the calendars for June and July, or you want the town manager report
Both.
for July? Didn't do a town manager report for July. I gave a verbal at the meeting, and I discussed that it wasn't done in written, and I just gave a verbal. I can get you the copy of the calendars for those 2 months.
Okay, thank you.
That's it? Mr. Falcon? Ms. Parker?
Oh, yeah, I do. I do have something. No.
Oh, item 26, discussion and possible decision regarding a closed session to receive information, advice from the town attorney regarding potential or existing litigation pursuant to NRS 241.015 2B2. That's still prevalent?
Yes, sir, it is.
I don't need a motion, I just go.
No, you need a motion to go into closed session, sir.
I'll move that we go into closed session to receive information, advice from the town attorney regarding potential or existing litigation pursuant to NRS 241.015, subsection 2B2 for possible action.
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Would it help?
Will be closed. Item number 28, discussion possible decision on potential. Did I turn that off? I'm sorry. Item number 28, discussion possible decision on potential or existing litigation presented in the closed session regarding issues addressed in closed session.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion to direct staff and legal under a separate retainer to move forward with a declaratory relief action.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. There's no discussion by the board?
No discussion on this.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0.
Mr. Chair, would you call for public comment if you don't mind? I know there's no one here, but for formality's sake.
Is there any public comment?
There's one, get him.
Yeah, there's a public. Okay. And with that, we'll move to item 29. This meeting's adjourned.